Sodexo would like to invite you to a new dining experience on the beautiful campus of Henderson State University. Come dine with us in our new dining hall or retail locations, including Starbucks. Perfect for your break times. Grab a quick lunch at Chick-fil-A, where it's always a pleasure to serve you. And check out the all-new Reddie Grill. Fresh ingredients made to order and certain to put you in that Reddie spirit. Sodexo, encouraging you to eat well, live ready.
Henderson State Sports is brought to you on the Arkansas Rocks Radio Network, KDEL 100.9 FM and KBRC 1340 AM, KZYP 1310 AM and K281CK 104.1 Malvern, KWPS 99.7 FM Cattle Valley Hot Springs, and KYXK 106.9 FM Gurdon.
The Henderson State Sports Network proudly presents Reddie Football. Henderson State Reddie Football is on the air. Reddie Football is brought to you by Pepsi, Southern Bancorp, The Reddie Bookstore, Arkansas Beverage Sales, Southwest Auto Collection, Crylight, Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, Chicken Express, State Farm Insurance Agent Heather Powell, Brookshire's, Hampton Inn, Sodexo. Reddie's Football also brought to you by Harbor House Incorporated, Baptist Health, Domino's, Hostess Brands, Print Mania, Arkadelphia Dental Care, SCM Architects, Twin Rivers Rehabilitation and Healthcare, Java Primo, Bluebird Real Estate, and Wendy's. The Henderson State Sports Network is live and on location across the Great American Conference. And now it's time for the Domino's pregame show. Let's head to the booth for today's broadcast with the voice of the Reddies, Blake Smith.
And a very pleasant good afternoon to you, wherever you may be, however you may be. Thanks for making us part of this Saturday, November the 16th, Arkadelphia, Arkansas, Carpenter-Haygood Stadium, the site for the 97th Battle of the Ravine as the Henderson State Reddies take on the Ouachita Baptist Tigers. Welcome in once again, folks. Blake Smith, Troy Mitchell with you. Welcome to the Domino's pregame show. Domino's Pizza is a proud sponsor of Henderson State Athletics. Pick up a pizza at 1412 Pine Street, Arkadelphia, or for delivery, call 870-246-3131. The closest road trip in college football takes place here as the Tigers from Ouachita Baptist just walked across Highway 7 a short time ago. They have made their way onto the turf at Carpenter-Haygood Stadium, where the black-clad Henderson State Reddies are waiting for them. And Troy Mitchell, we know that this game is always exciting, but when you've got two teams that are a combined 17-3, it gets even more exciting.
Well, you're at the top tier of the GAC with these two teams, along with Harding and Southern Arkansas. Those four teams have really established themselves, and it doesn't matter what the records are. One team could be 10-0, the other team could be 0-10. Throw the records out. It's been that way for 97 meetings. You could go back and look how everybody's played spoiler. The Reddies played spoiler last year across the street, and they snuck in. Now, Henderson spoiler this week, doubt they would get into playoffs, but they could be big-time spoiler. Of course, you're playing at home. That's why I like this rivalry game at the end of the year. You know, a lot of teams and all the rivalries in the GAC this weekend, you know, you get to that point where a team's 2-8 and another team's 1-10, and we're going out and play a football game. But if this is a rivalry game, they don't care. They want to play and want to win, and that's why I like the rivalry games at the end of the year.
Absolutely. And, you know, before we left the Gulf South and went to the GAC, we were going to lose this matchup for a couple of years. And there have been a couple of years where we played it week one. It just doesn't have that same feeling.
Yeah, it's several years. It was the first week of the season, and it was like, you know, he just did not like it. I mean, because those first few weeks, you're still, you know, feeling yourself. You want to be at your best. You want to have it all, lay it on the line, and it's you couldn't ask for a better day. I mean, I know there's all kinds of games going on in Division I, but, man, you're out here, beautiful day. I mean, low 60s. It's perfect football weather, and it is just such a great experience to be here. And hopefully in 3 years, we were featured today again on College Game Day. They showed the two schools and the two fields, an aerial shot, talked about it on College Game Day. hopefully for the 100th we can get them here. But this has drawn so much attention, not just locally around the state, but even nationally. And it's always seemed, especially the last few years, been big time, conference championship on the line, a regional bid on the line. So it's made it so exciting to have this right here in the same community in Arkadelphia, and it's just drawn so many people. The stands are filling up already, and we're just an hour from kickoff. And you got the Razorbacks playing. There's a lot of people in the tailgate area watching that game, and they'll be coming into the stadium shortly.
This game used to be a Thanksgiving Day game. We don't play on Thanksgiving, the regular season games anymore, but it's still got that November feeling. You've got families sitting on opposite sides of the stadium wearing opposite colors. My dad's a Ouachita alumni. I'm a Henderson alumni, so we always like to kind of joke around with each other. And of course, you've been a part of many of these battles. So for this town especially, this time of year, it's something that everybody looks forward to. Two things: the Badgers in the playoffs and the Battle of the Ravine.
It is so funny because so many husbands and wives met each other. One go to the OBU, one's at Henderson. Bobby Jones, former vice president here, was interim president. His wife worked at Ouachita, was Ouachita. So, a lot of them, that's where relationships are formed. And a lot of these kids, go to school at both places because the classes overlap and stuff, especially those in sports management and so forth, because they take the classes here, and so many of them. Yeah, okay, for the 60 minutes, for the week of the game, it's all right. They're kind of enemies. But after that, all right, you talk about the past and everything. And it's a memorable thing that you'll have for the rest of your life, and to be a part of it is something special.
It is a very exciting day, a very exciting game. We are excited to take you through the next hour as we lead up to game time. 53 minutes away. We'll step aside. We'll come back with a GAC Rewind, get you up to date on what happened last week in the conference, and come back and let you know all about Rivalry Week and more as the Domino's pregame show continues next on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Hey, Future Reddies. Are you interested in careers that help your community? Henderson State University offers degrees in nursing, teaching, psychology, social work, and health and human performance. Visit hsu.edu/degrees to see the full list of degree opportunities. We are here to help you be ready for what's next. Contact us at admissions@hsu.edu or visit hsu.edu/readies to apply today or schedule a campus visit.
The Southwest Auto Collection in Arkadelphia is a proud sponsor of Henderson State Athletics. We offer the best American-made vehicles: Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC. We have the largest selection and lowest prices, and we're the only dealer who give you tires for life with every new car you purchase. Come see the Southwest Auto Collection at 10th Street in Arkadelphia or go online at idriveswa.com. The Southwest Auto Collection in Arkadelphia.
Close your eyes. Unless you're driving. Then that's dangerous. But everyone else, close your eyes. Picture this. It's a Monday afternoon. You're standing at the counter at Domino's as they hand over a delicious, cheesy, melty, hot, large, 3-topping pizza. You hand the smiling Domino's employee $7.99, plus tax of course, of your hard-earned cheddar. You feel invigorated and alive. Now, picture this. It's a Friday. You're standing at the counter at Domino's as they hand over a delicious, cheesy, melty, hot, large, 3-topping pizza. You hand the same Domino's employee more cash than you did on Monday? But that doesn't make any sense. But then a radio commercial comes from on high and says,
Domino's is now extending its $7.99 large 3-topping carryout deal to all day, every day.
You fist pump into the air, punching the roof of your car. You are alive again, but your fist hurts. But you're still thinking about Domino's. Carryout only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary.
This is the Week 10 GAC Rewind. Southern Nazarene got its second straight victory, defeating Arkansas Monticello 24-21. Crimson Storm quarterback Bryson Evans had 139 passing yards, 103 rushing yards, and a touchdown. Senior wide receiver Jarrell Farr finished the game with 124 all-purpose yards, and Donovan Hill also had 3 receptions for 59 yards. For the Boll Weevils, quarterback Demylan Brown finished with 249 yards of total offense and 2 total touchdowns. Here's the call of an Evans touchdown pass to get the Crimson Storm on the board on their first drive of the game from Luke McConnell of Crimson Storm football.
Evans, back to pass, fires it over the middle, wide open, touchdown! Dalen Smith, the tight end, the hero last week at Ouachita Baptist, gets SNU on the board with 10:08 to go in the first quarter.
Henderson State defeated Southwestern Oklahoma State 35-17. HSU quarterback Andrew Edwards was 17 for 22 for 302 yards and 4 touchdowns. Caden Davis was on the receiving end of 2 of Edwards' 4 passing touchdowns and had 3 total receptions for 84 yards. Bulldog quarterback Tate Robards was 20 of 34 for 211 yards and 2 touchdowns. Running back Malik Robertson finished with 73 yards on 18 carries. Here's the second of Caden Davis's 2 touchdown passes from Edwards as called by Blake Smith of the Reddie Sports Network. Ouachita shut out Oklahoma Baptist in Shawnee 55-0. The Tigers were led by Kendall Givens on the ground and Carter McElhaney through the air. Givens had 147 all-purpose yards with 2 total touchdowns, and McElhaney added 2 touchdowns of his own on 3 receptions for 92 yards. The defense also played strong in the shutout with junior defensive back Mario Ganter Jr. adding a 40-yard fumble return for a touchdown and a tackle for loss. Here's one of Givens' touchdowns. This one a pass from quarterback Nate Tenbarge as called by Rex Nelson of the Ouachita Football Network.
Second and a short 8 here for Ouachita. Fake to Givens. Tenbarge looking, goes back to Givens. Givens has got it at the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A stroll to the land of milk and honey, and he gives athletic director David Sharp a hug after the touchdown.
Harding's ground game again led the Bisons to victory in a 34-7 win over East Central. Andrew Miller had 16 carries for 151 yards and 2 touchdowns, while Braden Jay added 12 carries for 122 yards and 2 touchdowns. Clark Griffin led the way for the Bisons' defense with 10 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a sack. Tavari Smith Jr. tallied the lone touchdown of the night for the Tigers with a 65-yard fumble recovery for a touchdown. Here's one of Andrew Miller's 2 touchdowns for Harding as called by Billy Morgan of the Harding Sports Network.
From the right hash, give it to Miller. Look out. 20, angling left. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Harding. Andrew Miller, 29 yards. And the Bisons score on the first drive of the second half. 10:58 left, third quarter, and now lead it 26-7.
Southern Arkansas routed Northwestern Oklahoma State 78-0. Judd Barton threw for 247 yards and 4 total touchdowns, while Rasheem Green racked up 146 receiving yards and a touchdown. Jarek Scales added 112 rushing yards and a touchdown to the offensive output. Northwestern Oklahoma State's Julian Jackson was a bright spot for the Rangers, totaling 177 all-purpose yards in a tough loss. Here's SAU finding the end zone with a little bit of trickery, as called by Dan Gregory of the Mule Riders Sports Network.
Now they're going to bring their tight end, Matt Witten, into the backfield with split backs. Witten's to the left and Roaches to the right of Judd Barton. First and goal at the 5. Going to hand it to Witten. Now he's going to throw it back to Judd Barton. Wide open. Touchdown, Southern Arkansas. Wow. Matt Witten gets his first touchdown. Passes the Mule Rider.
Arkansas Tech secured its first shutout since September of 2017 and its first win without the benefit of a touchdown since 1960 by defeating Southeastern Oklahoma State 6-0. All of the scoring came on a pair of second-half field goals by Arkansas Tech kicker Christopher Baldazzo. C.J. Palmer and Diego Sanchez made fourth-quarter interceptions for the Wonder Boys to turn away a pair of Savage Storm scoring threats, and Palmer clinched the victory with this play on Southeastern's final snap, as called by Sam Strachner of River Country KCJC.
3 receivers right and 1 to the left for Sergio Perez. They need the Arkansas Tech 22 for a first down. Southeastern crowd on their feet. Perez, deep drop, throws into the end zone, looking for Jennings. It is a jump ball, and it is incomplete! Incomplete! C.J. Palmer breaks it up. No penalty flags.
We've arrived at the final week of the regular season for GAC football, and it is rivalry week around the league. The slate gets started at 1 o'clock in Arkadelphia, with Ouachita walking across Highway 7 to face Henderson State. There are 4 2 o'clock kickoffs: Southeastern at East Central, Arkansas Tech at Harding, Southern Arkansas at Arkansas Monticello, and Southern Nazarene at Oklahoma Baptist. The final kickoff of the season comes at 3 o'clock with Northwestern at SWASU. This has been the Week 10 GAC Rewind.
At Southern Bancorp, we are wealth builders for everyone. We see building wealth as helping people succeed in creating strong financial futures. For some, it's having tools to build credit and buy a first home. For others, working with our award-winning SBA team to launch or grow a small business. And still others might use our unique savings plan today to save for tomorrow's dreams. Wherever you are in your wealth building journey, Southern Bancorp can help. Stop by or visit banksouthern.com to get started. Proud supporter of the Henderson Reddies. Southern Bancorp, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Do you have an idea that you'd like to see on a t-shirt? Printmania can help you turn your idea into a reality. Printmania offers a variety of t-shirts for you to choose from. We also have personalized service, which will allow you to work with an artist who will help you create your t-shirt. Printmania also does embroidery and engraving. Come visit us at 624 Main Street in Arkadelphia or call 870-246-3803. Printmania, proud supporters of Henderson State University.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
For Henderson State Reddie apparel and souvenirs, stop by the Reddie Bookstore,
Mic check,
located on the
1, 2, 3.
HSU
Mic
campus
check,
in the
1, 2,
Garrison
3.
Center. Open before every game. You can also purchase apparel and gift items under the Reddie Bookstore tent during the game. The Reddie Bookstore is open 8 to 5 Monday through Thursday and 8 to 4 on Friday. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Reddie Bookstore or online at www.ReddieBookstore.com. Reddie Bookstore, proud supporters of Henderson State Athletics.
Apparently, you've been ordering Domino's new bread twists as a decoy to keep others away from your pizza. Only you suddenly wanted more bread twists for yourself. There are worse things than choosing between either pizza or warm dunkable bread twists in flavors like Parmesan, garlic, and cinnamon, like deciding between going to the dentist or DMV. So when it comes to giving you the best tasting problem you've ever had, sorry, you're welcome.
Order any 2 or more of Domino's new bread twists or medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each. 2-item minimum. Handmade pan pizzas may be extra. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Back with you on the Domino's pregame show. It's time to take you across the Great American Conference. It is Rivalry Week here in the GAC as we have all 12 teams in action in their own respective states. The Reddies, the only 1 o'clock kickoff today. We have 4 other 2 o'clock kickoffs. In Searcy, 2 o'clock, number 4 Harding looks to take at least a share of the Great American Conference title as they take on the Wonder Boys from Arkansas Tech, a team coming off an exciting win. Now Tech has a chance to finish with a winning record. They're trying to get to that 6-5 mark. Harding trying to solidify their playoff spot just like Ouachita is here today, and hopefully they're going to try to fight their way up and get a home game next week.
Yeah, Harding is just way too deep for Arkansas Tech. That running game is just too overpowering. I know it's a rivalry game there. Like we said, all of them are. Arkansas Tech, they've really come on. I'm really surprised the way they've come on here lately. I think they're starting to find themselves. I think they're going to be much better next year. They're still a year away. I think Harding wins this by 3 touchdowns.
I think they win by as much as they want to. It's going to they want to send a message to the committee. They know that they've got a little over 24 hours to prove their case that as the defending national champions, that loss at Ouachita against one of the best defenses in the country that we'll talk about later, and an opportunity to host and hopefully give themselves a little bit better shot to get back to McKinney.
And that was a loss on the road, a close loss, so that doesn't hurt you as much. Plus, they only played 5 home games compared to 6. That's how Henderson got in. They only played 5 home games last year. They played 6 road games, and that playing on the road schedule gets you more points towards the regional. So, yeah, Harding's below OBU right now in the regional rankings, but I think that'll flip this week, and I think Harding will. Harding wins, they'll solidify their spot, and I think they will host.
They should, and even if they do host, it doesn't matter. Super Region 3 is just so loaded.
You could go let's just say the last 10 years, and you had your national champion out of there, or at least your teams in the national championship I think at least 8 of the 10 years. So.
And the only other time it's been either Valdosta State or West Florida, who used to be opponents in our old conference. So, I mean, we're right in the hotbed of good Division II football country. Speaking of trying to sneak their way back into the regional rankings, Southern Arkansas looks to win a third straight Battle of the Timberlands. They are on the road at UAM today.
Yeah, on the road. We've said this all along about UAM, the one-man show there with Brown as the quarterback, and Southern Arkansas has played great football this year. They played OBU very close, had a chance to win that game. I think Southern Arkansas wins that one, and I think they'll win that. Like you said, it could be as much as they want to, but I think it's going to be more like a 35-14 ball game.
They had a massive win last week and dropped out of the regional rankings, and that's just due to Central Missouri coming on. They have a little bit more reputation, as do most of those MIAA schools. It's just a very heavy skew because there's so many good teams and one conference. I think Southern Arkansas wins by about 4 touchdowns. Offensively, they've proven that they can do whatever they want to, running the ball, throwing the ball. They're such a dual threat offense, and their defense can get after you if they want to. And Monticello just does not have the Jimmies and Joes. Sometimes it's about the X's and O's.
Totally agree with you there.
Southern Nazarene trying to finish the season on a 3-game win streak. Another winnable game today. They are 2-8 on the road at Oklahoma Baptist. The battle for teams with 3 wins as the Central Oklahoma rivalries get underway.
The Oklahoma Holy War, Oklahoma Baptist and Southern Nazarene. This is. I think Southern Nazarene has really got that confidence from once they beat OBU, then the win last week. They're playing on such a high right now, and they're going into an Oklahoma Baptist that's kind of defeated in a way. I'm saying Southern Nazarene goes on the road and wins, takes down both OBUs.
Both of them on the road as well.
Exactly.
It'll be a fun one to end the season, and just like you talked about in the open, we're talking about rivalry teams, and both of these teams have something to play for. Neither of them want to end the season on a sour note with a loss to a rival, even though this is the newest rivalry in the GAC. These teams didn't play much when they were in AIA schools, and just kind of one of those random situations. But Oklahoma Baptist has had the Crimson Storm's number. I'm with you. I think that changes today. Southern Nazarene there's something that has clicked in that program, and they want to build as much momentum to get into the off-season recruiting period and all the spring training and getting stronger and faster and bigger. Finally, Southeastern Oklahoma goes to East Central for a big battle. Southeastern also at 5-5, trying to secure that winning record. East Central at 4-6, trying to get themselves up into that kind of middle-of-the-road spot as they sit there tied for 7th in the league.
Well, the first of 2 double-directional games today as Southeastern Oklahoma, I've said this all along, the cream of the crop amongst the Oklahoma schools. East Central had some signs of, brightness a little bit, but Southeastern too tough for East Central Oklahoma. I think they got too many weapons. Southeastern Oklahoma takes this one. I think it's going to start out close, but I think Southeastern's going to win this. I actually think it's going to be kind of low scoring. I think it's going to be like a 17-7 ball game.
It could be interesting. Southeastern, since Dalton Hatley graduated, they are one of the lower offenses in the league, and when he was there, he was really the engine that made that team go. I can see a little bit more high scoring just because these teams are going to want to hit explosive plays against each other, so there might be some long touchdown runs and throws and things like that. Finally, a 3 o'clock kickoff in Weatherford for the second of your dual directional matchups. Northwestern Oklahoma is at Southwestern Oklahoma.
Well, I didn't get to see much of Northwestern Oklahoma, but I was kind of impressed with Southwestern Oklahoma last week, the way they controlled the football, the time of possession. They do that this week. I think they'll pick up the win this week, and they're playing at home. I believe Southwestern Oklahoma, they will score early, and I think they'll hold on. I say it's going to be like a 28-21 ball game.
I can see that happening as well. I think that these teams are just as motivated as Southern Nazarene and Oklahoma Baptist because it's the difference in finishing tied for 9th in the league and tied for last in the league. So you always want to see that. You've got recruits coming in. You want them to see the big games. You want them to see their team come out just as an extra little perk of get that emotional response from kids and try to build and get themselves in the position where they need to be for the off season.
Yeah, no doubt. Just like here, these teams going to have a lot of people here on campus, a lot of recruits looking in. You look at the sidelines, you see all these kids on the sidelines, potential recruits here, and you're going to see that everywhere and all across the state or all across the conference. Everybody's wanting to shell out on this last game of the season and put on a great performance. I think you're going to see a lot of great ball games, but the teams that have dominated this year, I think they'll pull away late.
Indeed. And, of course, 1 o'clock kickoff here in Arkadelphia, the 97th Battle of the Ravine. We will take a timeout. We'll come back with more on the Domino's pregame show on the Henderson State Sports Network.
SCM Architects have been serving Henderson State University for over 20 years. You'll recognize the firm's work on campus in the design of the dining hall, the Charles Dunn Student Recreation Center, Sturgis Honors Hall, and East and West Residence Hall. This year, SCM Architects have been privileged to work on the new Charles and Anita Cabe Student Athlete Success Center and the restoration of the historic Captain Henderson House. Learn more about the firm's higher education, commercial interior design, historic preservation, and master planning projects at scmarchitects.com.
Hi, I'm Sadie, student and team leader.
And I'm Lauren, student and agriculturalist.
When we rise above alcohol and drugs, we reach for, expect, achieve, and accomplish more.
The minute we think about using alcohol or drugs, we lower our chance of living our best life. When we rise above, we respect ourselves and lead by example.
Being drug and alcohol free has always been the best way to be.
Let's do this!
Join the RAD movement
and challenge yourself to rise above alcohol and drugs.
This message brought to you by Ouachita Children, Youth, and Family Services Prevention Program.
Picture this. It's Monday afternoon and you're at Domino's buying a large 3-topping pizza. You give the Domino's employee $7.99 plus tax, of course. Now, picture this. It's Friday and you're at Domino's buying a large 3-topping pizza. You give the Domino's employee more than you paid Monday. You feel bamboozled. But then you hear this.
Domino's is now extending its $7.99 large 3-topping carryout deal to all day, every day.
And so you danced and ate Domino's. Carryout only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary.
Sodexo would like to invite you to a new dining experience on the beautiful campus of Henderson State University. Come dine with us in our new dining hall or retail locations including Starbucks, perfect for your break times. Grab a quick lunch at Chick-fil-A where it's always a pleasure to serve you, and check out the all-new Reddie Grill. Fresh ingredients made to order and certain to put you in that Reddie spirit. Sodexo, encouraging you to eat well, live ready.
Back with you on the Domino's pregame show. It's now time for today's Wendy's weather forecast. Wendy's is a proud sponsor of Henderson State Athletics. Stop by their new location at 3130 Pine Street in Arkadelphia or give them a call 870-246-5077. Wendy's, deliciously different. And it is a beautiful day here in Arkadelphia today. Hardly a cloud in the sky, sun shining, 66 degrees. It'll get up to 67 at kickoff. And we'll stay in that upper 60s range all the way through our game today. A little bit of rain coming in tomorrow and Monday predicted here, but a 5-mile-an-hour wind out of the southeast. So it'll warm that up hopefully just a little bit. And as usual, Troy, this is a good game to come out and get a nice dose of sun. And as I say, it never rains on Battle Day.
I like the 1 o'clock kickoff, a little bit of earlier kickoff. And, fans still tailgating. They're starting to, you can see the other side filling up, people standing around the bowl, getting some people with blankets, lawn chairs, sitting on the hill. This is just a great environment for football. I mean, the stands set, when you combine both stands, maybe 10,000, but hell, you could put 30,000 if they're all sitting on the hills and stuff. I mean, and we did have a record a few years ago of over 12,000, so it's beautiful. I mean, what else? I mean, you couldn't ask for better weather. I mean, you're not sitting there in 90-degree heat just sweating. It's not raining like it last weekend. You know, the good Lord has blessed us with a beautiful day and a great spectacle about to occur right here at Carpenter-Haygood Stadium.
It never fails. Everybody's favorite day of the year here in Clark County, and you will be able to tell it at kickoff as this stadium continues to fill up.
And even Mayor Scott Bird loves this. You know, look how much money this game brings into the community, because your hotels are booked. People come in like Friday and they'll stay all the way through Sunday, and all your restaurants, you know, are full, and you know, from Friday night all the way through till Sunday afternoon, and you know, downtown businesses stay open a little bit later, and you know, it does bring a lot of money into the community, and it's great to have something like this and this small community of 11,000.
They'll be bursting at the seams at First Baptist and First United Methodist in the morning. I know that much too. All the alumni coming in.
Exactly, yeah. Churches will be pretty full tomorrow morning.
We'll take a break. We'll come back, and David Sally sits down with head coach Greg Holsworth in our Coach's Corner. That and much more as the Domino's pregame show continues next. It's the Henderson State Sports Network.
We've invented a new messaging system using the crisp sounds of Bud Light. Crisp code, lesson 86. This is how you say, gee willikers, it's a hot one. Let's cool down with some Bud Lights. That's it for today. Bud Light, crisp. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
We know you'd rather not be listening to an ad, but if you have to, a mini ad is better. Maybe even a Pepsi mini ad. Still all the flavor of the full-size thing, just minier. Pepsi Minis. That's what I like.
Brookshire's proudly supports the Henderson State Reddies football team. At Brookshire's, you can save on fuel or groceries with your points, where every dollar you spend earns you 1 point. Plus, score big with meat that is cut fresh daily, and enjoy lower prices on the freshest produce. In a hurry? Let us do the shopping for you with our convenient curbside online ordering and pickup. Visit Brookshires.com to place your order today. Brookshire's, your ultimate tailgating destination. Go Reddies and go Brookshires.
Picture this. It's Monday afternoon and you're at Domino's buying a large 3-topping pizza. You give the Domino's employee $7.99 plus tax, of course. Now, picture this. It's Friday and you're at Domino's buying a large 3-topping pizza. You give the Domino's employee more than you paid Monday. You feel bamboozled. But then you hear this.
Domino's is now extending its $7.99 large 3-topping carryout deal to all day, every day.
And so you danced and ate Domino's. Carryout only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary.
Welcome back to the Domino's pregame show. It's now time for our Coach's Corner segment, sponsored by Brookshire's. We're joined now by head coach Greg Holsworth. Coach, I just want to quickly recap last week's win over Southwestern Oklahoma State. It was a rainy senior day here in Arkadelphia, but the Reddies went out, took care of business, came away with a 35-17 win. Just your thoughts on what I thought was a very workmanlike performance by your team.
Yeah, I was really proud to be able to send these seniors out with a win. You're absolutely right. The weather was kind of a factor at first, and you know, credit to Southwest. Thought they did a good job of, you know, stopping the run. We had a game plan to come out and establish the run game, and they did a good job of stopping that. And then on defense, they did a good job, when we were on defense, they did a good job of trying to establish the run themselves and control the clock that way. And it took us a little bit to get going, but once we did, I was really proud of our guys. We had some explosive plays, really started to separate, especially in that second half, and do some really good things and send those seniors out with the win.
Well, this week's game needs no introduction. It's the 97th Battle of the Ravine. This year's edition is on our side of the street, Carpenter-Haygood Stadium, 1 o'clock on Saturday. I just want to start by picking your brain on what is it like facing a team like this when you're so familiar with each other. Not only are you familiar with the team, but you interact with their coaches. You see these people around town. You know what they want to do. They know what we want to do. What is that dynamic like now that you're the head coach?
Well, there's nothing else like it in the country. I mean, there's no other team that has just the proximity that we have with Ouachita. I mean, there's no, if there is, I'm unaware of it. And so, you touched on this. It's interesting dynamic because before the game, after the game, throughout the year, I mean, we'll see these other coaches, we'll see these other players. And so that adds a specific, I guess, blend of, it makes it more important maybe than any other game you ever play because you're going to see these people. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for our players. It's a wonderful opportunity for the community. It's a fantastic atmosphere against a fantastic team, fantastic people, and so I couldn't be more excited to be part of it.
Ouachita comes into this one 9-1. The Reddies are 8-2. Same situation as last year. Henderson State went across the street, the exact same situation, and was able to come away with a win, kind of broke that streak, got the monkey off our backs a little bit. How big is that going into this year, knowing now you have guys on this team that have beaten them, that maybe see it differently than in years past when they knew, hey, these games are building up, we got to get one. Does that change things for you guys mentally this year as compared to last?
Possibly, David, but if you remember, the previous 3 Battle of the Ravines were all 3-point games that were won in the final minute and a half, really. And so our guys, I know going across the street last year, our guys knew they were capable of winning the game. There was no doubt in their mind. I haven't felt any doubt in their minds in previous years. I think maybe for the casual fan, the getting the monkey off the back thing is something that's nice. But I know our guys just this year, just like other years, are going to go into that game with being prepared and expecting to have a chance to win.
This game, it seems like every year, you mentioned it, is always close, but it seems like it also comes down to just like many football games do, who can stop the run, who can run the ball. We know what Ouachita wants to do. They do it very well. Their run game has always been a huge factor in what they do offensively. On our side of things, our defense has been really good at stopping the run for the most part this year. Been very successful at slowing teams down on the ground. What does that matchup look like on Saturday? What do the Reddies have to do to be successful in slowing Ouachita down when they have the ball?
Well, Ouachita, they do a great job of being physical. Their offensive line is coached really well. Their running back, Kendall Givens, he's the primary one, does a great job. They've rotated some quarterbacks, but, Eli and Ten Barge, they're both very mobile quarterbacks that can run. So they get you from a schematic standpoint. They make you account for everybody with the football. And then they're just a physical program that hits it downhill and tries to hit you in the mouth. And stopping the run really comes down to being assignment sound and being physical. And that's what you got to do. You can't stop the run being soft. Okay, you have to have an edge and you have to want to. And so that's what they make you do. They make you want to stop the run, and that's what you got to do to stop them.
On the other side of the ball, Henderson State, balanced offense. Andrew Edwards has been one of the leading quarterbacks in the conference, not this year, but really his entire career. In his career, he's played well against Ouachita, played very well in this game last year. I think he brings an element in the passing game that maybe they haven't seen the last several weeks, but running the ball as well, that's going to be huge for Henderson this Saturday. Can you establish a run against, much like ourselves, a similar team? They're very good at stopping the run. What do you do offensively, aside from the passing attack and letting Andrew do what he does best? What do you do offensively to kind of try to get things going in the running game against their very tough defense?
Well, I think running the ball sometimes takes a little bit of time to develop. Speaking from the defensive side of things, as guys start to get tired as games go on, that's when it gets a little bit harder to be assignment sound or be as physical. And so we've got to have offensive success, both, through the air and on the ground. And what our plan is, obviously, is, we're going to be balanced how we've been balanced all year long. And so we're going to run the ball, we're going to throw the ball, and the run game is going to open up as the game goes on. That's just how it always is.
The third facet of the game that I think sometimes often gets forgotten about his special teams, but as we know just from having been here, that always plays a huge factor in this particular matchup. You know, in previous years, they've won games on long field goals. Last year, I thought Henderson State, one of the big reasons we won that game is because our special teams performed a little bit better. We stopped a fake punt. Their field goal kicker missed a couple kicks. That stuff has always played a huge role in this particular game, and, you know, I feel like that's something Henderson State has really performed well in this year, and I would imagine you've got some confidence in your unit going into Saturday.
Yeah, special teams is a huge factor, and credit to Ouachita. They've always been a great special teams team. But this year, you know, one of the focuses that we had in July when I, you know, was fortunate to be elevated here was that we wanted to make our special teams the best in the conference, best in the country, and our punt team has done a great job. I'm extremely proud of, you know, Coach Wagner and our other assistant coaches that are heavily involved with our special teams. And our players have went out and performed. Jody Easter's returned 2 kicks for touchdowns. You know, we've blocked punts. We have made some really, really big improvements from last year to this year in the special teams game, and I think that's going to pay dividends on Saturday. I really do.
You mentioned it earlier. This is just such a unique atmosphere. It's unlike anything in college football at any level. It's really unlike anything our guys have done this year. They've played in this game before, but as we know, there's just a different level of energy and juice that you feel on Saturday morning when you get ready to kick off this game. What's been your message to these guys about taking that energy and finding a way to harness it and instead of letting it run wild on Saturday? How do you take all of the emotion and the crowd and every aspect that goes into this game and kind of harness it and focus it on Saturday?
Well, for our guys that have been here before, you know, they've played in this game before, you utilize it throughout the week. You use it to prepare, you know, from Monday through Friday. You know what that's going to feel like, and you know how much community support we have for this game. So you utilize it then. And then during the game or during pregame warm-ups, enjoy it. Enjoy what that atmosphere feels like. It's an awesome experience that our players, that our community get, you know, to be in that stadium and feel it that way. So enjoy that moment because not everybody gets that. But then once the kickoff happens and once everything starts, it's just football. It's the same thing. You can't play second down on first down. You play one down at a time. You play your assignment one play at a time. And the focus shifts. And most people that have played are familiar with this, man. Once you get the first play in and those pads hit and you flip the switch and it just all settles down. And that's what we preach to our guys. Enjoy it beforehand, but once the game starts, it's just a football game like any other.
Well, we're only a few hours away now from Christmas Day in Arkadelphia, 97th Battle of the Ravine, this Saturday, 1 o'clock at Carpenter-Haygood Stadium. Coach, we're looking forward to it. Thank you for your time and best of luck against the Tigers.
Thanks, David.
That was our Coach's Corner segment, sponsored by Brookshire's. We'll be right back with much more here on the Domino's pregame show and the Henderson State Sports Network.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, we know, we've heard the news, football is back, just how you remembered it. Tailgates with an ice-cold Pepsi in hand? Totally back. That between-play sprint to the fridge for more Pepsi is back, baby. I've really missed this. Anyways, you're probably wondering why we're writing you. Well, football isn't the only thing that's back. Date nights, family reunions, all those appointments you've been putting off. They're starting to clog up the calendar and getting in the way of what should be a whole lot of football watching. So consider this your official excuse for always putting football watching first, courtesy of Pepsi. That haircut appointment? Your mom told us you look great, so you should probably reschedule. Seeing the in-laws for the first time in ages.
It's been so long.
Nope, sorry, Susan, not if it's on Sunday. Long story short, after the year we've all had, we think you could use a little football watching. So crack open a Pepsi and cheer your football watching face off. With love, Pepsi. Made for football watching. That's what I like.
Follow the Reddies on social media and online. You can find us on Facebook at Henderson State Athletics, on Twitter at Reddie Sports, and on Instagram at Reddie_Athletics. Don't forget to use the hashtag #NoMereBeast. To stay up to date on everything happening in Henderson State Athletics, be sure to visit hsusports.com, where you can find team rosters, schedules, game stories, stats, and more. hsusports.com is your one-stop shop for following the Reddies.
It's time to play Perfect Food Pairings, brought to you by Mountain Dew. Contestants, are you ready?
Ready?
Oh, yeah. Yep. For $500, this dish pairs perfectly with the bold citrus kick of Mountain Dew and is typically eaten with your hands.
Street tacos.
Sorry, that is not the answer we're looking for.
Flamin' Hot Cheetos?
Sorry, that is also not the answer.
What the heck?
Is it chicken wings?
Can you be more specific?
Boneless chicken wings.
Close.
Boneless chicken wings with smoky chipotle sauce.
Correct. You just won $500.
What? Wait a second.
Yeah, hold on. Mountain Dew pairs perfectly with street tacos. Why wasn't that correct?
And Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
I just had some with an ice cold Mountain Dew.
The indescribable flavor of Mountain Dew pairs with way more than chicken wings.
Who wrote these questions?
Who wrote these answers?
If we could move on to the next question.
Let's just split the $500 three ways.
3 does not go into 500.
This show is so lame.
This show is not lame.
Yeah, you're lame.
Lame.
Who are you calling lame?
Calling you lame, Mr. Lame-o, 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 lame-o.
Nothing pairs perfectly with food like Mountain Dew. Do the Dew.
Back here with you on the Domino's pregame show. It's now time to take a look at today's starting lineups. First, for the visiting Ouachita Tigers, 9-1 in GAC play, ranked 9th nationally, coached by Todd Knight in his 25th season at Ouachita. 161 and 102 at the university, 189, 134, and 2 overall. On defense, defensive end, number 0, Mikey Gonzalez, 6'4", 240, a senior from Tampa, Florida. Defensive tackle, 99, Rovell Carter, 6'3", 295, a senior from Shreveport, Louisiana. And number 93, Braylon Butler, 6'1", 280, a senior from Aubrey, Texas. Other defensive end is 90, Joey Ortego, 6'3", 240, a sophomore from Spring, Texas. The linebackers are 13, Dawson Miller, 6'1", 220, a graduate from Heath, Texas. Number 30, Jax Miller, 6'3", 220, a senior from Keithville, Louisiana. And number 17, JT Towers, 6'4", 225, a senior from Little Rock. The cornerbacks, number 5, Mario Ganter Jr., 6', 175, a junior from El Dorado. And number 3, Stephen Weston, 6', 185, a junior from Pine Bluff. The safeties are 23, Josiah Johnson, 5'11", 210, a senior from Little Rock. And number 20, Kenta Jones, 5'9", 175, a graduate from Marion. Offensively for the Tigers, looks like this. Starting on the line, left tackle 59, Dylan Horton, 6'4", 305, a junior from Royal. Left guard is 68, Isaiah Simpson, 6'2", 295, freshman from Aubrey, Texas. Center is number 73, Galen Williams, 6'1", 295, a senior from Texarkana. Right guard 54, Eli Wilson, 6'4", 285, a sophomore from Searcy. And the right tackle number 70, Jake Loganbill, 6'4", 300-pound junior from Van Alstyne, Texas. The receivers, number 2, Bo Baker, 5'11", 185, a senior from Ravine, Texas. Number 1, Key McKnight, 5'8", 190, graduate student from Warren. And number 8, Carter McElhaney, 5'8", 175, a sophomore from Greenbrier. The tight end is number 87, Garrison Jackson, 6'5", 260, a junior from Gentry. Starting running back is 34, Kendall Givens, 5'9", 215, a graduate student from Little Rock. And starting at quarterback, number 14, Eli Livingston, 6'2", 205, a senior from Batesville. Now the starters for the Henderson State Reddies, 8-2 on the season, 8-2 in GAC play, coached by Greg Holsworth, 8-2 overall in his first season at the helm. On defense, left end, number 8, Jacoby Shell, 6'2", 243, redshirt sophomore from Forest City. Nose guard 94, Jalen Coopwood, 5'11", 315, redshirt junior from Crawfordsville. And right end is 44, Trenton Moore, 6'2", 230, a senior from Tomball, Texas. The bandit is number 33, Cottrell Wallace, 6'6", 217, a junior from Bryant. Linebackers, 32, Ryan Hampton, 5'10", 220, a senior from Okolona, Mississippi. And number 10, Jordan Owens, 6', 206, redshirt junior from North Little Rock. The nickelback is number 7, Tim Jennings, 5'10", 176, a senior from DeSoto, Texas. The rover, number 3, Jalen Powell, 5'9", 190, a senior from Memphis, Tennessee. Cornerbacks, 18, Cam Thomas, 5'9", 172, a senior from Shreveport. And number 27, Colby Crawford, 6'1", 167, a redshirt junior from Bentonville. The free safety is number 9, Bryant Hammond II, 6'1", 180, a sophomore from North Little Rock. Offensively for the Reddies, looks like this. Left tackle, 78, Brandon Bishop, 6'6", 333, a senior from Sherwood. Left guard is 64, Blaze Smith, 6'2", 315, redshirt senior from Bryant. The center is 57, Gabe Hernandez, 6'2", 260, a sophomore from Lumberton, Texas. Right guard, 58, Andrew Weatherford, 6'2", 287, redshirt junior from Glen Rose. And the right tackle, 73, Luke Roca, 6'4", 278, redshirt senior from North Richland Hills, Texas. The receivers, number 14, Micah Green, 6 foot, 185, sophomore from Louisville, Texas. Number 6, Jody Easter, 5'9", 164, a junior from McGee. Number 1, Timione Jackson, 5'8", 171, a senior from Pflugerville, Texas. And number 87, Caden Davis, 6'4", 225, redshirt junior from Caddo Mills, Texas. Starting running back is 22, Jeremiah Davis, 5'8", 216, redshirt junior from Montalba, Texas. And starting quarterback, number 15, Andrew Edwards, 6'3", 221, a redshirt junior from Bentonville. Your starting lineups for today's game. And now it's time for our Southwest Auto Collection Keys to Victory, offering the best American-made vehicles: Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC. Pick up your keys to a new vehicle today at the Southwest Auto Collection on 10th Street in Arkadelphia or online at iDriveSWA.com.
Well, Blake, here's one of mine. We have yet to see Henderson play 4 quarters of football, and it's time to do that. They have not put together a full 60 minutes of football yet this year. That will be key today if we're going to pull off the win against Ouachita. Also, the 2 losses the Reddies got behind early, big. You can't do that against a team like Ouachita. You get behind 2 or 3 touchdowns early, it's hard to come back. No turnovers. We say this every week. No turnovers. The offensive line must protect Andrew Edwards and control the line of scrimmage and open up some holes. You know, injuries have plagued the Reddies here these last few weeks. They're going to have to give him some time. I think they got to play kind of like Southwestern Oklahoma played against us. We're going to have to keep that time of possession, keep the defense off the field to slow them down, and no big third down plays. Cannot let that momentum, a big third down play, hurt you. And it sounds like a lot of keys, but it is. You're going to have to play a near-perfect game to beat a very, very good Ouachita team.
I think a key for the Reddies as well is to figure out what Ouachita's quarterback situation is. Last week they played 3 different quarterbacks. They've started Eli Livingston all season. He had a little injury trouble. They brought in Nate Tinbarge. He wasn't quite ready. They brought Riley Harms back, who seems like he's been there forever after losing the starting job this year and in his last season of eligibility. So if the Reddies can make Ouachita's quarterbacks look rough and rotate in, that's got to be an advantage for the Reddies. They know exactly who their quarterback is. Nobody's anywhere close to Andrew Edwards.
Right, and the other thing is you've got Kendall Givens for them. He's scored 15 touchdowns. when you got a guy who's scored 15 touchdowns for you, you know, that makes it pretty tough. Last year, he had 141 yards of total offense and a touchdown in the loss to the Reddies. And that'll be another key guy that the Reddies going to have to watch and keep their eye on to slow him down. The Reddies, though, are going to be without Gary Lewis. Recovered. He forced a fumble last year, and that's a big defensive setback for the Reddies. One of your best defensive players, I think one of the best defensive players in the league, out of this game, and I know he's just devastated by that, but Reddy's going to have to make up for that big loss too.
Indeed they are. We'll take a timeout, come back with our captains and our coin toss, and get this one underway as the Domino's pregame show continues next on the Henderson State Sports Network.
The Southwest Auto Collection in Arkadelphia is a proud sponsor of Henderson State Athletics. We offer the best American-made vehicles: Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC. We have the largest selection and lowest prices, and we're the only dealer who give you tires for life with every new car you purchase. Come see the Southwest Auto Collection at 10th Street in Arkadelphia, or go online at iDriveSWA.com. The Southwest Auto Collection in Arkadelphia.
Apparently, you've been ordering Domino's new bread twists as a decoy to keep others away from your pizza. Only you suddenly wanted more bread twists for yourself. There are worse things than choosing between either pizza or warm dunkable bread twists and flavors like Parmesan, garlic, and cinnamon, like deciding between going to the dentist or DMV. So when it comes to giving you the best tasting problem you've ever had, sorry, you're welcome.
Order any 2 or more of Domino's new bread twists or medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each. 2-item minimum. Handmade pan pizzas may be extra. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
When a patient rings the bell after completing cancer treatment, we celebrate one more step toward healing. And with the new UAMS Baptist Health Cancer Center, we celebrate the trusted choice in cancer care. The 2 greatest healthcare forces in Arkansas have come together to deliver second-to-none treatments with the latest technology, all in celebration of you. Learn more at Baptist-HealthCancerCenter.com. Baptist Health, for you, for life.
Twin Rivers Health and Rehabilitation, locally owned and operated in Arkadelphia, Arkansas. Our family is committed to yours. Our experienced rehabilitation team specializes in physical, occupational, and speech therapy, all working together to get you home. Call and book a tour with us today at 870-246-6337 or visit our website at twinrivershr.com. Again, that's twinrivershr.com.
At Southern Bancorp, we are wealth builders for everyone. We see building wealth as helping people succeed in creating strong financial futures. For some, it's having tools to build credit and buy a first home. For others, working with our award-winning SBA team to launch or grow a small business. And still others might use our unique savings plan today to save for tomorrow's dreams. Wherever you are in your wealth building journey, Southern Bancorp can help. Stop by or visit banksouthern.com to get started. Proud supporter of the Henderson Reddies. Southern Bancorp, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Henderson State Sports is brought to you on the Arkansas Rocks Radio Network, KDEL 100.9 FM and KVRC 1340 AM Arkadelphia, KZYP 1310 AM and K281CK 104.1 Malvern, KWPS 99.7 FM Cattle Valley Hot Springs, and KYXK 106.9 FM Gurdon.
Back here on the Domino's pregame show, getting captains ready to make their way out to midfield on the logo. Today's officiating crew, Brad Frisbee is the head referee. Rory Williams is umpire. Brett Hilton, the head linesman. Line judge Trey Giglio. Side judge Michael Self. Field judge Marcus Dawson. And the back judge is Tyson Tibbs. And Troy, we talked a little bit during the break about how important special teams is going to be. These 2 teams feature 2 of the top 15 punters in Division II, so it's going to be a battle of field position.
Well, a lot of times these games, these rivalry games, or these games like you see the big-time games going on, 1 versus 2 and stuff like that in Division, comes down to special teams. And that, I think that will play a big factor. You got the wind blowing, a harsh wind. It's just definitely going to be down. I think it could come down to, if it's close, it'll come down to special teams.
It very well could be that situation today, and we'll see. There's a lot of what ifs in games like this, and obviously you can't really put any projection on a match like this either. It is simply a matter of who wants it more.
And here come the Reddies as Ouachita had entered the field previously. Both bands are playing. Boy, you can hear the crowds. I mean, look at the hill is filling up. And I would say we'll be pushing 10 to 12,000 today. It's just because it's just a beautiful day for football.
Reddies in the home black uniforms with red letters trimmed in white numbers on both sides, red helmets with white numbers on both sides and a stripe down the middle. Ouachita in the road white uniforms, black pants, purple letters and numbers trimmed in white with the purple and white striped Tiger helmets on. And they will send out their captains to the field. They will send number 0, Mikey Gonzalez, number 13, Dawson Miller, number 30, Jax Miller, and number 34, Kendall Givens. The Reddies will counter with Tim Jennings, Andrew Edwards, Jeremiah Davis, and Jacob Neal. Jacob Neal has been we've missed his tackling ability, his leadership ability quite a bit here.
Yeah, another defensive player out for the Reddies. I mean, when you have him and Lewis both out, that's a lot of tackles you're taking off and a lot of attack. And boy, the Reddies really need somebody to really step up there on that in the defense. if they're going to pull off a win against OBU.
It'll be a fun one. The only spots vacant are the spots occupied by the band most of the time as they're making their way over. And if you're the Reddies, it looks like we're going to kick off because we're pointing toward the end zone with a scoreboard, and we'll await Brad Frisbee's decision.
Reddings have won the toss, deferred their option to the second half. They will kick.
All right, so the Reddies want to defer. They want to let their defense do the lion's share of their opening work for them and see if we can set ourselves up for success by getting the field position battle.
Coach Holsworth taking a page out of Coach Maxfield's book. Max loved to get the ball to start the second half, and if he won the toss, he was going to defer pretty much every time.
Indeed he will, so the kickoff team will make their way out first. Colby King will do the kickoff honors. He had a week off last week. Don't think he did any aspect of the kicking game. It was all Axel Robertson last week, and he earned GAC Special Teams Player of the Week honors for those efforts.
And that's, a second or third time he's done that this year, Robertson? I mean, like you said.
He's at least two, yeah.
Two of the best punters in the nation right here playing in Arkadelphia. And tell you what, it's fun still watching people filing in, trying to find seats. People are having to resort to sitting on the hill. A lot of the students like to sit on the hill. And even some of them brought their own little tents with them, and that's what makes it neat here. So, so the aesthetics and everything, just a unique atmosphere. You can watch the ball game from the stands. You can sit on the hill. You can, bring your lawn chairs. I mean, it's just a really neat environment.
And it should be a good game to follow as well.
The original plans, I found the original plans, this was actually supposed to be a total bowl of stands all the way around this north end zone. I saw the back in the days, and it was supposed to be a lot more seats,
Colby King will kick off for the Reddies. Ouachita will send number 2, Bo Baker, back deep to return. Carter McElhaney will go back with him. Reddies have a touch of wind in their face, probably won't affect. We'll see how the special teams strategy is for today. Will they kick it deep? Will they try to kick that mid-short and give Ouachita a little bit of extra field position? King approaches. The 97th Battle of the Ravine is underway. It will be fielded by Baker at the 14-yard line on the left-hand side. He is tripped up and brought down. Just shy of the 25-yard line. They'll give him the 25, and Ouachita will take over 1st and 10 from there.
They missed right here on the 20-yard line. Garrison Jackson pushing the already in the back and didn't throw the flag and pushed him to the ground, and they missed that one right out of the gate.
He still got a hand and tripped Baker up.
Yeah.
Livingston will start at quarterback. Givens on his right hip out of the shotgun. Twin receivers to either side as Ouachita moves right to left here in the first quarter of action. The handoff to Givens on 1st down. Looks for a hole, has nothing there, and he'll get back to the original line. They might give him a yard there. They will. First.
Ty Thomas in on the stop for the Reddies, the senior from Dallas, Texas.
It'll be 2nd down and 9. Send trips to the wide side of the field. Givens switches to the short side. Read option over the middle, incomplete. Wanted Baker on the slant route, and Jalen Powell broke it up.
They hit him just in time, too. I mean, he got his hands on it, and then Powell just leveled him. And now it brings up 3rd down. This is that first 3rd and long that we've talked about, Blake.
Defense just has to stay disciplined. There's been a couple of drives this season where they have given free yards and free 1st downs due to some penalties. Trips still to the wide side, but they're stacked in a short triangle formation just outside the hash marks, right on the Geo Services Field logo. They'll change directions as the play clock comes down to 9. Livingston back to pass, flushed out of the pocket to the right side, throws it over the middle, and it's too high. Intended for A.J. Jones, and nothing there. Ouachita goes 3 and out on their first possession, and the Reddie defense has started just the way they want to.
Well, Ty Thomas and Darian Thompson pressuring the quarterback there, forced him out of the pocket, and that, I call that a coverage, should have been like a coverage sack, but forced him out of, and now you've got 3rd or 4th and long. The Reddies going to get the ball. Need to do something with it. You don't want to go 3 and out like OBU did.
Tom Weston, the Australian, will punt for Ouachita. Cam Thomas back to return. Weston's punt is high, relatively deep. Thomas fields it at the 34, has a little bit of trouble with it, but now comes away with it at the 40-yard line is where he will be stopped. They'll mark him at the 39, actually, and the Reddies will take over. Decent field position from here to start out.
Yeah, he bobbled it for a minute, kind of gave us a little bit of a scare, but brought it in and picked up a few yards on it. And Reddies, like you said, Blake, starting a great field position at their own 39-yard line.
You saw Thomas kind of shielding his eyes. It looked like a glare of the sun. 1st and 10 for the Reddies from their own 39. Andrew Edwards in the shotgun. Jalen Abraham gets the start at running back today. Davis will be an H-back on the left side, wide side of the field with 2 receivers. Edwards, 3-step drop, checks it down to Abraham, makes one man miss. He's across midfield into Ouachita territory before he's knocked out of bounds at the Tiger 45-yard line. And just like that, it's a first down for the Reddies.
All right, right now, early going, momentum with the Reddies. You know, that intensity, you got to try to see if you can keep it up for 60 minutes. That's hard to do, but right now, they have more intensity, a little bit of more gumption and a little pep in their step right now, but long way to go in this one.
Just over a minute into this one here in Arkadelphia. Reddies on their first offensive possession. 1st and 10, the handoff to Abraham. Fights forward, a nice gain. They'll give him 3 yards up to the 42-yard line on the right hash.
Jax Miller in on the stop for OBU. And you talk about that when you're at home in a rivalry game like this or any big game, you come out, usually you come out a little bit high, and the visiting team always says, hey, we just want to fend that off and let it die down. You know, if OBU wants to try to hold them, you know, no better than a field goal.
Miller with his team-leading 82nd tackle. Read option on 2nd down. Edwards tries to get to the outside. Nowhere to go. He'll get back to the original line of scrimmage before he's met and brought down. Josiah Johnson, the defensive back, out there, as well as Kenta Jones.
Yeah, good read by the Tigers. Now the Reddies face a 3rd and 7. And this is where you want to get past the sticks. You don't want to have to punt it here. You had a few good plays to start the drive, and now you're sitting at 3rd and 7.
Close to 4-down territory, an empty backfield for Edwards. Davis will come in, a tight end on the left side. Twin receivers to either side. Edwards, quick drop, gets it over to Timion Jackson. He had the completion, but he just got to the 39-yard line, well short of the sticks. And it's decision time for Greg Holsworth. It's 4th down and 4, and it doesn't look like there's much decision to be made as they'll send the punt team out.
You're going to try to pin him back deep. You know what? He may try to even get him to jump here.
Axel Robertson back on his own 46-yard line. McElhaney back to the 10-yard line for Ouachita. Robertson will try to pin him deep. Clean snap. The punt is going to be way too long. It will bounce 5 yards deep in the end zone. Not the best start for Robertson coming after his team winning. And we have a timeout on the field. 11:49 left to go in the first quarter. No score here in the 97th Battle of the Ravine. Back after this. You're listening to Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Java Primo, where amazing coffee is just the beginning. Visit Java Primo Coffee House, Cafe, and more on Main Street in downtown Arkadelphia, on Central Avenue in Hot Springs, and on the Square in Magnolia. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, gifts, or desserts, Java Primo has something amazing for everyone. Shop for gifts and gift cards for your favorite Reddie online 24/7 at javaprimo.com.
First and 10, Ouachita from their own 20-yard line. Their second possession of the game. They went 3 and out as we started. And Livingston will start with 2 running backs and 3 receivers. The handoff to Givens. They're going to try to get him to the outside. He has nowhere to go, and he's pushed out for a loss.
Good job by the defense to string it out.
Did a nice job setting an edge there and was able to not give Givens a cutback lane. Second down and 11 after the 1-yard loss. Ball spotted at the 19. 11:30 and counting left here in the first quarter of play. Single back, trips to the wide side of the field. Livingston looking one-on-one over the right side. It is complete to the big tight end, Garrison Jackson. He will be up to the 25-yard line, so a gain of 6 on the play to bring up third down and 5.
He was met immediately by Jalen Powell to stop him in his tracks.
Third down and 5. Ball on the right hash. Twin receivers to either side. Livingston has Givens with him in the backfield, but he'll go to pass. Looking over the middle. Got a man wide open. Complete to McElhaney at the 40-yard line and up to the 41, and that'll move the sticks.
Well, Livingston had some pressure on him. He got away just in time.
Both of these teams looking for those quick little slant routes, little check down patterns. There's not a lot they want to do. They don't want their quarterbacks to sit back in the pocket against either of these defensive fronts. First and 10, 3 receivers set. Livingston the handoff to Givens right up the gut, and he is brought down by Jacoby Shell. Comes over from his end position, almost playing more like a linebacker.
Picks up about 3 yards on the play. Second down and 7. Crowd still filing in, looking for places to sit.
Ouachita's defense, we talked earlier, they're the third best in the nation, allowing just 8.6 points per game so far this season. They get the Central Arkansas is the one who scored the most against them with 20. Flag on first down, or second down, as Livingston carries it himself. He'll get a yard, and it looked like that was a free play anyway.
I think so. I think the Reddies were offsides. Yep.
And we will wait for Brad Frisbee.
Offsides, number 44 of the defense. 5-yard penalty, remains second down.
Trenton Moore tagged for that one, and that will give Ouachita their much easier second down play at their own 49. Both these teams trying to be as good. They have the 2 best running backs in the conference, even though the Reddies have not played Jeremiah Davis. Givens gets the handoff, falls forward into Reddie territory. He's down to the 48-yard line for a first down. And the first time the Tigers have been in Reddie territory this afternoon. Ball on the left hash. The Tigers move right to left here in the first quarter. 9-10 and counting left. 3 receivers set. The Tigers bring a tight end into the formation. Livingston, little RPO play, rolling out to the right in pursuit, throws it deep and throws it up, and it's batted down by Tim Jennings. That's a touch lower, and Tim would have had that taken it the other way. Well underthrown that ball.
He timed it perfectly. He just did not have the height to pull it down, but at least he knocked it away. Brings up second down and 10. Again, Ty Thomas had pursuit on Livingston, was doing a good job, and he had to get rid of it.
And Jacoby Shell is down.
Officials timeout on the field for a defensive injury.
And that's not good. Another defensive player injured for the Reddies. We're already depleted.
And they will take time to get their way out and look after Jacoby Shell, who at least is sitting up on his own now. He was face down in the turf. Looks like a cramp, maybe.
Yeah. Media timeout on the field.
And we will take a timeout as well. 8:55 to play in the first. No score. Ouachita keeps the football, and we come back. It's Ready Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Brookshire's proudly supports the Henderson State Reddies football team. At Brookshire's, you can save on fuel or groceries with your points, where every dollar you spend earns you 1 point. Plus, score big with meat that is cut fresh daily and enjoy lower prices on the freshest produce. In a hurry? Let us do the shopping for you with our convenient curbside online ordering and pickup. Visit Brookshires.com to place your order today. Brookshire's, your ultimate tailgating destination. Go Reddies and go Brookshires.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
8:55 remaining in the first quarter. It's second down and 10 for Ouachita after that incomplete pass on first down. Livingston on the read option. He's got a blocker in front, tripped up on the turf, and then that allowed Jalen Powell to come in and get the stop. Trenton Moore came along and finished the job.
Good job. He broke down nicely, Jalen Powell did, and fought through the blocker and was able to get the tackle. So he's about third down and a long 4, short 5. This will be 4-down territory regardless for Ouachita.
I think it will as well. 3 receiver set, ball on the left hash. Now the tight end Jones will move out past the numbers. Livingston bringing the defense. A lot of movement there. Going over the middle, check down to Givens is complete. He's got the first down and more inside the 30 and down to the Reddie 28-yard line.
That's a good job by the Ouachita line, keeping him off of Livingston, giving him enough time for Givens to get open, and he was wide open down the middle for a nice 14-yard gain.
Again, it's a check down, that little halfback angle route. It's a great job by the Reddie secondary, not giving up things down the field, and that the past couple seasons has been the Reddie's weak spot defensively, but they have stepped up in a majority of their games this year. Pistol formation for Ouachita. Heavy package. It's a little split. Livingston keeps it on the outside zone. Cottrell Wallace will bring him down with a horse collar tackle, and that'll be a half the distance penalty. Wallace needed to get about another half step, and he could just grab Livingston around the waist and hip drop at the very least. But he sure enough took 2 hands and pulled.
Personal foul, horse collar tackle, number 33 of the defense. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
That's the first penalty for either team. Well, it's the second penalty for the Reddies. Excuse me, they had that offside penalty earlier, and that is a really frustrating when it gives Ouachita a first down from the 14-yard line.
Well, 2 penalties on this drive. On the second long, they had him in offsides, and they made it second and short, and they continued this drive, and now this horse collar.
Hand off to Givens on first down, bounces to the outside after what he wanted wasn't there. He's knocked out of bounds by Darian Thompson at the 9-yard line, so a 5-yard gain will make a second down and 5.
Now, can you hold him to a field goal attempt here? That's what they're asking the defense to do. Tough with a running back like Givens to keep him the short yardage.
I think he's gonna get the carries here, and now they've got a
jumbo package.
Big package. They may try to do a little Auburn, snap the huddle and get on the line quick.
Yep, that's what they're doing.
And they'll give, and Givens will be back there. He'll get the direct snap out of the shotgun, going left. Cuts to the outside again, wants to get to the boundary, nowhere to go, and Powell slings him down for a loss. Out of bounds, back to the 11-yard line.
Can you hold him here? Force him to kick a field goal. Because, yeah, he lost back to the just outside the 10, Blake. Be third down and about 6.
We'll call it the 10-yard line. We'll still call it 3rd and 6, though. Livingston will come back into the game on a passing down here. Reddies bring those 2 safeties down into the box along with the nickelback.
Once Hallsworth called timeout, saw something he didn't like.
Henderson State takes their first timeout of the half. 60 seconds.
First time out of the game for either team. It comes at the 6:02 mark of quarter number 1. Still no score. A big play for the Reddie defense upcoming here on 3rd down and medium. We'll see what the Reddies can do about that shortly. Again, this is the only game kicking off in the GAC so far today. Everything else scheduled for a 2 o'clock kickoff, which we will start to get some scores trickle in around halftime.
Yeah, members from the Great American Conference here on site. Ouachita hosting the women's soccer championships. This is their off day. They played yesterday and the finals tomorrow. So some of the staff are here. It's split staff, of course. I bet you could go down through town and some of the business and restaurants and stuff, and there's nobody there. You probably, I hope the police are out, the local police, because somebody could rob some stores right now.
And some of them are probably here.
Exactly.
Maybe for security purposes. Maybe some of them here as fans. So 3rd down, and we'll call it 6. Got to get the ball to the 4-yard line. 3 receivers set. Now a 4 as Jones goes out to the boundary again. Livingston trying to get the Reddy's defense to jump. He'll take the snap. Just drops, fires over the middle, incomplete. He wanted Jones, the tight end, again. Great coverage. Colby Crawford has really stepped up this year. Really one of the anchors of this defensive secondary, and that will do exactly what the Reddies wanted. It'll try to limit Ouachita to attempting a 28-yard field goal off the right leg of Dax Jaggers, who earlier this season kicked a school-long field goal, set the new record. He'll kick from the left hash. The snap a bit low. Kick is up, plenty of leg, and it is good. Ouachita strikes first. 5:55 left to play in the first quarter. Ouachita 3, Reddies nothing. We're back in 30 seconds with a kickoff on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Hi, I'm Sadie, student and team leader.
And I'm Lauren, student and agriculturalist.
When we rise above alcohol and drugs, we reach for, expect, achieve, and accomplish more.
The minute we think about using alcohol or drugs, we lower our chance of living our best life. When we rise above, we respect ourselves and lead by example.
Being drug and alcohol free has always been the best way to be.
Let's do this!
Join the RAD movement
and challenge yourself to rise above alcohol and drugs.
This message brought to you by Ouachita Children, Youth, and Family Services Prevention Program.
Ouachita strikes first in the 97th. Battle of the Ravine. They lead it here just under the 6-minute mark, 3-0.
Nice drive, 13 plays, 70 yards, 5:54 off the clock. So they took up a majority of the quarter on that drive.
They always have run more of a pro-style offense, and of course that's going to be dictated on holding on to the football, and that they did. Now the Reddies will have their second drive. Got a first down, but then went 3 and out. Jaggers' kick is low and wobbly. It will go out of bounds. That is not a good kick. Something that you can't imagine Jaggers is very happy with as he kind of sulks off the field.
Yeah, and I'll put the Reddies up to 35. Not a bad, but they need to move it.
Free kick out of bounds. Ball will be placed at the 35-yard line. First down.
Spot of the 35, and the Reddies again. Both possessions have started off with pretty good field position. We'll see if the offense can do something about it.
I still look for a big pass play eventually here. Reddy's, I think, just testing the waters right now, Blake. Watch out for Timmy and Jackson.
Still no Jeremiah Davis. No sign of him. I see him on the sideline. He's got his helmet on, so he's ready. They just want to give him as much rest as they can. Ja'Cory Williams in the game for the first time. He goes in motion. Edwards will come to the near side, though, to Abraham on a check down route, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. No gain there on first down. They're trying to get that little cross back. Actually, they'll give Abraham a yard.
Yeah, he had forward progress across the line, and I think they're setting something up, Blake. I really do, the way the Reddy's offense is moving. Not doing anything real fancy.
Second down and 9. Trips all to the left side. Edwards looks that way, and he's slung down for a sack. He is brought down by Mikey Gonzalez. Also in there was Joey Ortego, and it was from the weak side. Edwards did not see it coming as he was looking to the left, and it came from that right side.
Yeah, Gonzalez beat Luke Rocca on that outside, and Luke turned around and went to Edwards. That's my fault. You know, he missed the block. Gonzalez just beat him to the punch, and ends up being about a 6-7 yard loss.
Derek Carter in the game at right guard. They've moved Weatherford over to the left side. Twin receivers, 3rd down and 16. Edwards fakes the screen pass. He's going to try to run it himself. He spins, and he's down to the 40-yard line, but not enough to get the first down. It'll be 4th down and 5 from the Reddie 40-yard line, and the offense 3 and out for the first time today, and we'll see if Robertson can pin Ouachita deep.
Gabe Hernandez, offensive lineman, come up limping. He came, and he's going right to the bench. Something, I think it's his right ankle or something, got twisted up.
Robertson back on his own 25-yard line, receives a clean snap, kicks it away. That one's a beauty.
Fair catch.
McElhaney calls for the fair catch around the 11-yard line. That's much more what we're expecting out of Robertson. About a 40-yard punt or so, maybe a little over 40. And Ouachita pinned deep again. We will see if the Reddie defense can make some adjustments.
That was against the wind too, Blake.
It's pretty impressive, and it was almost looked like an Andrew Edwards pass the way it spiraled through the air. It's really cutting against that wind.
Now a punt of 50 yards on that play.
50. Excellent. Well, that'll be about right. 1st and 10, Ouachita, the 11-yard line, 3:57 left to play in the first quarter. Toss sweep on the right side. That is not Givens running the football. That is Chris Henley Jr. And a flag comes down.
Offsides.
Looks like it was thrown in that direction.
Offsides, number 32 of the defense. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
3rd crucial penalty on the Reddies. I mean, 2 penalties kept that previous drive alive that resulted in a field goal. You had him stopped, and he didn't have any bearing on the play. Did Hampton, and
a linebacker getting called for offside. Doesn't happen very often. Twins to either side. It's 1st and 5 now for Ouachita. Livingston the snap, the handoff to Givens off left, that was off to Henley. Off left guard, he's got the first down across the 25 to the 26-yard line.
Number 73 for the offense, helmet off.
They'll have to swamp around, giving Givens maybe a possession offer, at least this series. As Henley, the sophomore from Glen Heights, Texas, he'll have to have the lion's share of the carries next season, you would imagine. Givens will graduate. Livingston out of the pistol, Henley behind him. Takes the handoff, a little broken play. Livingston takes off running. He will get up to the 30-yard line, nothing more. So takes a broken play and gets 3 yards out of it.
And that's pretty impressive. You know, you get a broken play, you look like you're going to lose yardage, but he ends up picking up 3 yards and give you a 2nd and 7. So making a positive out of something that could have been big-time negative.
2nd down and 7 as we are under 2:40 left to play in the first quarter. Ouachita leading 3-0. A 2-back, 3-receiver set here as Givens comes back into the game. But Henley will get the handoff right side. He's tripped up, falls forward.
I saw it from the far side. Jake Longabill just tackled, looked like he tackled 𝗬𝗓𝗦𝗬𝗓𝗏 Wallace. There should be a hold penalty come in here.
Holding, number 70, offense. 10-yard penalty, remains 2nd down.
Finally, a penalty on Ouachita as the Reddies defense trying to get downhill. It's hard to do so when you're being tackled.
Yeah, I mean, he literally was tackled. I saw that on that far side, and I was waiting for the flag, and finally, our line judge finally threw it in there.
So now, instead of 3rd down and 5, it's 2nd down and 16. Trips to the wide side of the field as we approach the 2-minute mark of the first quarter. Livingston, quarterback draw, goes left side, tripped up back to the 25-yard line. Tigers now faced with 3rd down and long. About 3rd and 12 is what they're looking at.
Looked like Jordan Owens in with the tackle on the play for the Reddies.
They'll go with trips to the right side. Ball right in the middle of the field. Given set up quite a ways to the right of Livingston, who will throw. He's up, almost tripped, takes off running, and finally the ball's loose, and the Reddies act like they have it.
And they do.
And they do. A big-time takeaway by the Reddie defense. And now set up in their best field position of the game with a chance to take the lead late in the first quarter.
Jamarian Citizen takes it away for the Reddies and puts the Reddies deep into Tiger territory. Not quite in the red zone, put us on the 24, but good field position here with minute 25 to play in the first quarter, Blake.
That's a great job by the defensive ends for the Reddies of collapsing that pocket, getting around the tackles and coming in from the backside.
Coverage sack, had good coverage downfield too.
3 receiver set for the Reddies. We see Jeremiah Davis in the game for the first time today. Edwards will hand him the football. He'll go to the right side, falls across the 20-yard line and down to the 18.
I think that's what you're going to see with Davis today. I think you're going to see him in short field opportunities. Probably not. He's not going to play like half the plays. He's going to play selective amount of plays just to try to get the Reddies in the end zone a few times.
Second down, and we'll call it 4. Going to get to the 14-yard line. They're on the 18. Inside of a minute to play in the first. Ouachita leads 3-0. Ready send trips to the right side. Edwards wants to throw. Little pump and go. He's going deep once Davison overthrows him out of bounds. That pump and go has worked quite a bit on Ready opponents this year. And just didn't really bite in the back end of the Tiger secondary there.
Yeah, that's a good job by that secondary. He did not bite at all, and basically Edwards just had to throw it away. He threw it just long.
Third down and 4. Twins to either side, bunched in tight. Green goes in motion, and Ouachita gets a timeout.
Ouachita takes their first timeout of the half, 60 seconds.
Coach Knight didn't like what he saw. Same way it happened on their series, and Hallsworth called timeout on third down.
44 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Ouachita on top 3-0, but the Reddies threatening here deep in Ouachita territory. So both teams have used one timeout.
A lot of people wearing their cowboy boots today.
More of a fashion statement than anything else. Fashion over function, never hurt anybody.
Very impressive crowd here, especially when you have the Razorbacks taking on Texas at the same time, right? So it's great to see everybody come out for this one.
We will not be hearing any updates from that game.
No.
This one's much more important, especially in this town. Third down and 4 for the Reddies. Edwards in an empty backfield. 2 receivers to either side. Pass over the middle of Jackson is incomplete, and knocking the ball out of his way looked like Chance Taylor.
And they'll force the Reddies to try to even up the score with the field goal here.
Should be about 35 yards for Colby King. He will get the honors from the left hash mark. It will be right at a 35-yard field goal, and it will attempt to tie the game. Out of the hold of Zach Baker. King's kick low. Makes his way up there, and he hooks it through. A 35-yard field goal for Colby King with 36 seconds remaining in the first. We're all tied at 3. We're back in 30 seconds with the Ready kickoff here on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Hey, future Reddies. Are you interested in a career in business? Henderson State University offers bachelor's and master's degrees in business administration and certificates in analytics, marketing and communications, and nonprofit management. Visit hsu.edu/degrees to see the full list of degree opportunities. We're here to help you be ready for what's next. Contact us at admissions@hsu.edu or visit hsu.edu/reddies to apply today or schedule a campus visit.
36 seconds remain in our first quarter here. It is all tied up at 3.
And 4 plays, 6 yards, and 49 seconds off the clock.
An old school Ready drive in terms of time. Not necessarily in terms of yardage and results. But the Reddies will take it. Tied the game, got to keep it close to give yourself a chance. King will kick off here once again. From left to right. A mid-height end over end. McElhaney will return it from the 9-yard line. Up the left-hand side. Gets across the 30 and falls backward finally into the 31-yard line.
About the best field position Ouachita's had today so far.
They've gotten the ball and driven down the field. They've got 29 seconds, so you would assume that they'll run one play and take it to the quarter. Livingston will be in the shotgun. Givens comes back in at running back. Ball on the 31-yard line. Livingston, the RPO, passes over the right side, complete to Bo Baker, and he's hit right away and brought down by Tim Jennings after a gain of 5 yards. 17 seconds still on the clock. I don't think the Tigers are in any hurry as they'll make a substitution, so they'll probably be content with taking it to the quarter here.
Yeah, they may get it
3 seconds, 2.
Nope.
They will not. We have reached the end of the first quarter of play here in the 97th Battle of the Ravine with a score Reddies 3, Ouachita Baptist 3. We're back after this with your second quarter of action on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Sodexo would like to invite you to a new dining experience on the beautiful campus of Henderson State University. Come dine with us in our new dining hall or retail locations including Starbucks, perfect for your break times. Grab a quick lunch at Chick-fil-A where it's always a pleasure to serve you, and check out the all-new Reddie Grill. Fresh ingredients made to order and certain to put you in that Ready spirit. Sodexo, encouraging you to eat well, live ready.
Picture this. It's Monday afternoon and you're at Domino's buying a large 3-topping pizza. You give the Domino's employee $7.99 plus tax, of course. Now, picture this. It's Friday and you're at Domino's buying a large 3-topping pizza. You give the Domino's employee more than you paid Monday. You feel bamboozled. But then you hear this.
Domino's is now extending its $7.99 large 3-topping carryout deal to all day, every day.
And so you danced and ate Domino's. Carryout only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary.
Blake Smith, Troy Mitchell back here with you. Second quarter of action just about set. Ouachita has the football. The Reddies and the Tigers tied up at 3. Livingston out of the pistol formation here on second down and 6. The handoff to Givens. Left side doesn't have much. He'll fall forward for a yard up to the 37-yard line. And will be faced with third down and 4.
Tigers 2 of 5 on third down conversions. Reddies, meanwhile, 0 of 3.
Tigers have almost doubled the Reddies in time of possession. Mostly that 6-minute touchdown drive.
And number of plays, 20 plays to 10 plays in that first quarter.
Wait for substitutions. 3 receivers set, now 4 as Jones goes from an H-back to a receiver out at the numbers. Livingston back to pass, throwing the deep ball and well out of the reach of McElhaney. I think a little adrenaline got him there.
Yeah, definitely. And he had to get rid of it quickly. Reddy's had a nice rush on him. Looked like Tim Jennings was coming after him pretty hard.
And he will punt it away again. And now for the second time today, Tom Weston looks to punt it away. Cam Thomas will be back around his own 22-yard line. Clean snap. Weston with the wind in his face. Another high kick. Thomas calls for the fair catch of the 21 and makes it there. And that is where the Reddies will take over. And there's a flag that comes in after the play. And the Reddies may get a few extra yards here based on their reaction coming off the field.
This will be interesting call. It'll be an extra 15 if it's on the Tigers. Will put it all the way up to the 36, Blake.
And the Reddies seem to have won the starting possession battle in terms of field position. Only have converted into 3 points.
I know one group of people that are big-time Ready fans here.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, unnecessary roughness, number 23 of the kicking team. 15 yards from the end of the kick, first down.
So Josiah Johnson whistled with the infraction, and I'm sure Coach Knight will have a few words with him.
And I bet they're not going to be very pleasant either.
But I know one group is big Henderson State fans that are not here getting ready to play, and then they're up a group from Searcy, Arkansas. I'm sure Harding are the biggest Ready fans today.
They are. With a win against Arkansas Tech and a Ready win here today, Harding would get the outright conference championship. Edwards tries to run it on first down, gets away from one tackler. He is now met by his own offensive lineman, Derek Carter, who's trying to pull him forward. He does, but just to the original line of scrimmage.
Well, Ravine Carter had good pressure on Edwards. It's amazing that he even got away from him to at least get it back to the line of scrimmage.
13:35 left to play in the half. We're still all tied up at 3. Davis in the game at running back. And he joins Edwards in the backfield. 3 receivers all bunched in tight. 2 to the wide side of the field. Davis gets the handoff off left guard. Waiting for that block to develop, and he gets brought down from behind by Ravine Carter for just a yard. And now Reddy's after getting that 15 yards. They've only gained 2 here, or excuse me, 1. It's 3rd down and 9.
Not exactly what you wanted to do was go 3 and out.
Easter comes in motion. He's inside the numbers now on 3rd down and long. Edwards 7-step drop, now steps up, rolls right, looking deep, wanting Easter into double coverage, incomplete, and no flag thrown there. There was some contact, but the referees deemed it incidental, and this Ready offense again goes 3 and out.
And it was incidental. You don't hear the fans getting all upset because it definitely was incidental. He wasn't preventing him from getting to the football, impeding his way to the football.
So this low-scoring defensive battle continues. Robertson will punt it away, standing on his own 22-yard line. McElhaney back on his own 19. This is the first time Robertson will have the wind at his back to punt the football. A bit of a high snap. He gets it down and punts a beauty. It will bounce and take a Ouachita roll around the 26-yard line. The Reddies will down it there. And that is where Ouachita will take over.
Looks like we're going to stay here.
Second possession change of the quarter. Usually the media, but that's why I'm not in charge of those. So out comes Ouachita in the pistol formation. They've got 3 receivers to the right side. Givens behind Livingston.
And only a 37-yard punt that time because of the checkup.
Fakes the handoff. Livingston left side, got a lot of room. He's got the first down. Moore steps out of bounds the 40-yard line and gets to move the chains. Good blocks on the outside there.
Yeah, nice block by Garrison Jackson on the outside, the tight end, to free him, Livingston up a little bit to get some plus yardage and get that first down.
Right at the 40-yard line. Left hash. We're 3 minutes into the second quarter, all tied up at 3. Livingston has a running back on either side. He'll fake the handoff to Givens. The quick toss is complete. And there goes Brown. Baker. It's Bo Baker, and he will go all the way for the Ouachita touchdown.
That was set up well. He had a big rush on Livingston, and he was wide open on that far sideline, on that weak side, and there was nobody who was going to catch him.
Once he caught the ball, the Jets were on, and the rush is on a 60-yard touchdown. And the Tigers will try to kick it away. They'll run a modified swinging gate. Jaggers on to attempt the extra point. Clean snap, clean hold, the kick is up. Plenty of leg, it's good. 11:44 to play in the second quarter. New score, Ouachita 9, Reddie's 3. Timeout on the field. We'll be back after this on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers. We know, we've heard the news. Football is back, just how you remembered it. Tailgates with an ice-cold Pepsi in hand? Totally back. That between-play sprint to the fridge for more Pepsi is back, baby. I really missed this. Anyways, you're probably wondering why we're writing you. Well, football isn't the only thing that's back. Date nights, family reunions, all those appointments you've been putting off. They're starting to clog up the calendar and getting in the way of what should be a whole lot of football watching. So consider this your official excuse for always putting football watching first, courtesy of Pepsi. That haircut appointment? Your mom told us you look great, so you should probably reschedule. Seeing the in-laws for the first time in ages.
It's been so long.
Nope, sorry, Susan, not if it's on Sunday. Long story short, after the year we've all had, we think you could use a little football watching. So crack open a Pepsi and cheer your football watching face off. With love, Pepsi. Made for football watching. That's what I like.
11:44 to play in the second. Reddie's trailing now 10-3. After another 3-and-out offensively. And the Reddie offense has not been able to get much going. And Ouachita with the 60-yard wheel route touchdown. Bo Baker, the sophomore, on the reception. Jaggers kick, he slipped, and he kicked it out of bounds again. Another low, spinny kick, and Jaggers has not done well on either kickoff. He's hooked both of them and sent them out of bounds.
But it hasn't hurt the Tigers yet.
Ouachita, ball will be placed at the 35-yard line, first down.
So the Rays will get it to the 35 again, the second time today that they've started on their own 35. And the offense has to find some answers quickly here.
Yeah, Reddie's only 33 yards of offense compared to 150 for the Tigers. Averaging 2.5 yards per play, while the Tigers at 6.3.
And that 60 yards brought that up a big deal. Abraham leaves Edwards alone in the backfield. They'll check it over to Abraham on the screen pass. It's complete across the 40 and down to the 44-yard line. A 9-yard completion on first down. And Abraham has something to say to Kenta Jones about it.
Yeah, the Reddie's going to really have to start doing something special now. I think everybody's felt each other out right now, and now you're going to have to start getting in your playbook and doing something to cross up the defense.
3 receivers set. Edwards will fake the handoff to Abraham.
Good
job by
coverage.
the blocks. Pass over the middle, complete to Timione Jackson in Ouachita territory, down to the 41-yard line. More than enough for a first down.
Big hit by Malik Relaford. Great to see that Jackson was able to hold on to it because he got hit hard.
And great job by Edwards to stay poised, to stay in that pocket even as it was collapsing around him. Get that pass completed over the middle. 3 receivers set. Davis comes in motion right to left. Abraham stays in at running back. Edwards will hand it to him on first down. He'll fight forward and falls through a big pile of jerseys up to the 44-yard line.
I don't know, Blake, did you see it? It looked like Abraham was grabbed by the face mask.
Something was wonky. Something pulled him back.
He's coming out.
He's acting as if he did have his face mask pulled. And so that will put the Reddies in an empty backfield. Edwards out there all by himself with 5 receivers on second down and 5. Jackson goes in orbit motion. And Edwards will check it down to him. Completed pass. Let's see what Jackson can do across the 40, across the 35, and down to the 32-yard line.
Be 3rd down and 2. This is 4-down territory for the Reddies.
And they're going to make several substitutions here, including Jeremiah Davis.
Yeah, get you that short yardage, get you a couple yards, get that 1st down. Keep this drive going. You need to really keep this drive, keep the defense off the field, give them a rest because they've been on the field a lot.
A 3 tight end set, Davis, Gallagher, and McElroy. On 2nd down and 1, you have to imagine that Davis will get the call here. He does, off right guard. He'll fall forward. He's got to, looks like he has it,
yes.
And they're going to give it to him right at the 30-yard line.
Nice hard running by Davis to get the yardage you needed. That's one thing about him. I mean, like we said, he's going to be limited to the number of plays, but he's going to get you that short yardage because of his strength. He's going to stay in. He's limping a little bit there, Blake.
And look at this formation. This is pretty wild. They've got offensive linemen out here at the boundary along with your Corey Williams. And Williams goes in motion. They'll give it to him on the pop pass coming on the right side off the jet. He'll get down to the 26-yard line, and that's just a little bit of interesting digging in your playbook, if you will.
Yeah, we said Reddie's going to have to do something to get this ball moving a little bit. Don't want to get too far behind the Tigers if you need to answer after they scored that big 60-yard pass play.
A big comeback from the Reddies was able to give them the win last year. That 31-27 win that broke the big Ouachita win streak. Edwards in the shotgun now. Abraham at his right side. 3 receivers. 2nd down and 6. Edwards looking left, looking deep, looking for Micah Green. He dives and cannot come up with it. Just a fingertip away from a Reddie touchdown.
Yeah, I think he just had to stutter step right there, Blake. I mean, I think he just did. He slowed down for a second and then tried to catch up to it.
It was nice. It was a nice effort, but it brings up 3rd down and 5.
He was the only one that was going to catch it. I mean, he had his man beat, but I think he had a stutter step to try to fool the defender, and he just couldn't catch up to it.
Edwards in the shotgun again. Williams comes in motion. Edwards looking to pass, checks down to Abraham. He's close to the line to gain. He should be pushed out a little bit short.
Just short.
By Gonzalez, but this, I would consider this definite 4-down territory given the circumstances.
For it here. You can't start just kicking field goals. And it'll be 4th and 1.
Officials timeout on the field for an injury.
One of the chain gang.
Yeah, he went down hard.
And that one will be a long run for Rob Redding and his staff to see how that can be taken care of. And this may trigger that media timeout like the injury to Jacoby Shell did.
Tell you what, it is great to see all these people. I mean, there's people everywhere. It is definitely packed. The grandstands are packed, and then everybody lining up on the hill.
Well, the perfect spot down here is in that northwest corner where you've got some shade of those big pine trees. And that's where a lot of people have set up shop.
Well, they're still checking on them, and they sent both teams to the sidelines. They haven't indicated media timeout, but
they're bringing the ambulance over. So that will probably take a little extra time.
He's getting up now.
It's going to be a tight squeeze for that ambulance to get around the Ouachita bench with the water coolers and the benches, the cheerleaders, part of the band.
They're trying to clear the path.
This gives the Reddies a little bit extra time to decide exactly what they want to do on this 3rd down and 6 play.
4th and 1.
Excuse me, you're right. It is 4th and 1. They haven't updated the scoreboard yet. A lot of checkdowns, a lot of short stuff on the near side of the sticks. And trying to get the players the ball in space and let them do things that way.
You hate to see that. I mean, this is one of the guys just working the sidelines, and he's up on his feet. They're going to take him to the ambulance. He's walking, but he's shaking up pretty well.
Yeah. Nothing good can come from that. Getting a player coming right at you and probably just got rolled up and couldn't get out of the way fast enough. These guys are fast. And once you see them coming at you, it's really hard to even tell when it's coming.
Pulling probably one of the ball boys to become part of the chain gang.
I don't know if you've noticed it or not, Troy, but the side judge here on this sideline has been very frustrated with the guys with the footballs for the Reddies and has been barking at them a good chunk of the day. And we'll go ahead and play on here. Fourth down and 1, the Reddies will go for it. They've got an empty backfield. Andrew Edwards, you can imagine he wants to take off running. He'll call fake snap. He'll get the updated play call from the near sideline. Still 15 seconds on the play clock. Edwards wants to throw, checks it down to Caden Davis. He's got the first down and more across the 15 and down to the 13-yard line.
I like that play. I like the big old tight end right there. Just all he's responsible for, just catch the ball and hold on to it. I don't care if you get 5, 10, just get the football, get the first down. Yeah, he muscled his way for a few more yards and Reddie's 1st and 10 at the 13.
And an empty backfield again inside of 7 minutes to play in the half. Davis comes in motion from the inside slot to that H-back position. Now Edwards going to run it himself. Spins, gets pushed forward to the 11 and brought down. A tough 2 yards there. Kind of switched around. You think they would have run that play on 4th down, but the Reddies decided to open it up on 1st down and see what they can get. Second down and 8 officially after the 2-yard gain on 1st down. Edwards back there all by himself again. He'll look to throw. Does so to Jackson. The little hook and lateral to Davis doesn't work. It'll go back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. I like the idea.
Yeah.
And not able to convert, though. And now it's going to be a 3rd down and 8. They'll actually have lost a yard there. 3rd down and 9. And the Reddies staying with the empty backfield with the tight end. Edwards looking over the middle. Ball is tipped up in the air and incomplete. They had Jackson about 5 yards deep in the end zone, and Davis thought it was for him underneath, and he threw his hands up and deflected the ball away from Jackson, and now the Reddies will have to settle for a field goal attempt.
Yeah, you have to get the points regardless here. If it was 4th and 1 again, I'd go for it, but you're sitting at 4th and 9.
No chance. Leave it to Colby King. He's got a 29-yard attempt from the right hash with the wind at his back. Snaps a bit low. King gets it up. It's low, but it sneaks through. And we'll take the points however we can get them. The field goal is good. 5:30 to play in the half. New score, Ouachita 10, Reddie 6. We've got a timeout on the field. We're back after this. It's Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Twin Rivers Health and Rehabilitation, locally owned and operated in Arkadelphia, Arkansas. Our family is committed to yours. Our experienced rehabilitation team specializes in physical, occupational, and speech therapy, all working together to get you home. Call and book a tour with us today at 870-246-6337 or visit our website at twinrivershr.com. Again, that's twinrivershr.com.
Java Primo, where amazing coffee is just the beginning. Visit Java Primo Coffee House, Cafe, and more on Main Street in downtown Arkadelphia, on Central Avenue in Hot Springs, and on the Square in Magnolia. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, gifts, or desserts, Java Primo has something amazing for everyone. Shop for gifts and gift cards for your favorite Reddie online 24/7 at javaprimo.com.
Reddies with a pair of field goals, trail Ouachita 10-6.
13 play, 53-yard, 6:14 drive.
A high and short kickoff from King. Actually has some distance to it. Baker will bring it out from 1 yard deep in the end zone, across the 20 and not much more. They'll give him right at the 20-yard line. And Ouachita will have a lot of field in front of them. 5:24, 2 timeouts left.
Need to get off the field here. Cannot let the Tigers put anything on the board here.
Out of the shotgun, Livingston back there with Givens. 3 receivers along the line. The handoff, Givens on first down across the 20 and up to the 23-yard line before he is stood up and brought down. Tim Jennings in there close. Not sure if he was on the stop or if it was Jordan Owens, but they were both very close to the play. 2nd down and 7 after the 3-yard gain. We're inside 5 minutes to play in the half. Both teams with 2 timeouts remaining. We also have the 2-minute timeout coming as well. Livingston read option, takes it himself to the left side, and he's brought out of bounds. 𝗵𝗕 will create some problems there, and he gets up to the 25-yard line. We'll make it 3rd down and 5.
Tigers 2 of 6 on 3rd downs today. Reddie's just 1 of 7.
Right here at the top of the hour, 4 other games kicking off here at the 2 o'clock slot. Twin receivers to either side. 3rd and 5. Livingston wants to throw. Looking left side, and it's intercepted by Colby Crawford. He goes up the right side and is thrown out of bounds. And there's a flag coming in.
And that's going to be unnecessary roughness on the quarterback.
But was it after?
Yeah, that's what and it's going to be on
Cottrell
Wallace. We'll see if it's after. I think it's after the interception, but we'll see. It's after the play. I heard him say it's after the play. Did you?
Perhaps. Well, we'll await.
Well, the offensive's coming onto the field.
During the return after the interception, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 33 of the defense. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, 1st down.
So the Reddies will take over and indeed got off the field. Livingston tried to force that one into double coverage, and it was thrown right to Colby Crawford, who takes another one away for this Reddie defense.
But another unforced mistake by the Reddies. I mean, that's going to take you back into your own territory when you could have been inside the 40 for Ouachita. And those little things add up.
Crawford with his 2nd interception of the season. The handoff, Abraham up the middle on 1st down. He gets across midfield into Ouachita territory, but only about 3 yards there on the carry. Second down and 7. Inside of 4 minutes to play in the half. Reddies trailing 10-6.
I think it was Dylan Jones.
Dylan Jones is in the game. My apologies. I saw the 4. I didn't see the 1 after it.
Dylan Jones the running back on that time.
He'll stay in the game here. The 3rd different Reddie running back used today. Edwards will throw on 2nd down. Out to the boundary to Davis. Complete. No, it is incomplete. Or is it? Did he call that a catch and a fumble?
He called a catch and a fumble. And the Reddies have it. Well, no, he didn't throw his beanbag down, so he's saying he was down by contact.
So a bit of a lucky break there.
Well, he jumped right back on it.
up to the 46-yard line. 3rd down and 4 for the Reddies here. The clock runs at 3:10.
You really want to make sure you get this first down here. You've just 1 of 7 on 3rd downs today. And the last 3rd down was done when Jeremiah Davis got the short play.
Edwards rolling out left, designed roll out. Now he's under pressure, and he's brought down back at the 40-yard line by Joey Ortega.
It just collapsed. The pocket just collapsed on him.
They stunned it in the middle, and the offensive line got a little bit confused, and that allowed Ortega from his defensive end position to just come sprinting around the left side of that Ready offensive line, and the Reddies have to punt it away again. Prime field position taken away by a penalty, and then a 3 and out for the Ready offense. Another one, and Axel Robertson will have to save the day again. And the Reddies will have to punt it away. They can almost get to the 2-minute timeout. Axel gets it a nice high end-over-end kick. McElhaney calls for the fair catch at the 12-yard line. And Ouachita will be able to run one play before the 2-minute timeout.
I got a very special guest coming in at halftime.
You do.
And I'm looking forward to talking with Shane Broadway, the A-State system. Of course, just a leader in education. I'd like to enjoy having him talk a little bit about what's going on with the Arkansas State system in Henderson State.
Livingston on 1st down will hand it off. This time it's to Chris Henley again. He gets forward to the 19-yard line, and there is a timeout on the field. 1:59 to play in the half. Ouachita 10, Ready 6. We'll take a 1-minute timeout and be back after this. It's Ready Football, the Henderson State Sports Network.
Henderson State Sports is brought to you on the Arkansas Rocks Radio Network, KDEL 100.9 FM and KVRC 1340 AM Arkadelphia, KZYP 1310 AM and K281CK 104.1 Malvern, KWPS 99.7 FM Cattle Valley Hot Springs, and KYXK 106.9 FM Gurdon.
When a patient rings the bell after completing cancer treatment, we celebrate one more step toward healing. And with the new UAMS Baptist Health Cancer Center, we celebrate the trusted choice in cancer care. The two greatest healthcare forces in Arkansas have come together to deliver second-to-none treatments with the latest technology, all in celebration of you. Learn more at baptist-healthcancercenter.com. Baptist Health, for you, for life.
We know you'd rather not be listening to an ad, but if you have to, a mini ad is better. Maybe even a Pepsi mini ad. Still all the flavor of the full-size thing, just minier. Pepsi Minis. That's what I like.
1:59 to play in the half. Ouachita has the football. And it's 2nd down, and they had to call. They looked, and finally they'll get McElhaney for the false start. They took a while to let that one process.
False start, 86 offense, 5 yards, remains 2nd down.
That'll give it to Jones, excuse me. So 2nd down and 8 after the penalty. Twins to either side. Livingston has Givens back there with him. 2 minutes, 2 timeouts. A lot of time left. They'll go to Givens on the ground. Not much doing there. He'll fall forward to the 16-yard line, maybe the 17. Set him up with a 3rd down and 5. And this is how Ouachita has been able to stay on the field, as they've been able to convert several 3rd downs on the afternoon. Livingston directing traffic. Inside of 90 seconds to play in the half. Livingston rolls out. Pass over the middle. Complete. Umpire threw a flag. White Hat threw a flag. Jones has the catch. If the penalties are against the Reddies, it won't matter. It wasn't enough for a 1st down.
I think it's a hold, Blake.
holding number 70 of the offense. Half the distance to the goal, remains third down.
That's his second holding penalty of the game.
It will give the Reddies some momentum here on third down. And I believe it should run the clock. Ball all the way back at the 8-yard line. They've got to get to the 22. Third down and 14. Clock running, 1:16 left in the half. Twin receivers stacked to either side. Livingston takes the snap, wants to throw. Flushed out, he'll take off running. He will dangerously close to a late hit, but it's up to the 18-yard line, no flag thrown.
He was starting to be hit when he went into a slide. I mean, you can't throw that flag if, because he was already starting to be hit.
And Livingston is down, and Todd Knight is incensed.
Well, he can be incensed, but he was being tackled as he started to slide. He was already being tackled before the slide started. That's why he's upset. That was kind of like a simultaneous tackle into a slide.
They're going to get together and talk about it as Livingston is able to get up and run off the field by himself.
Well, they can't throw a flag on that.
No, they surely can't re-adjudicate the play unless they missed a rule.
Timeout, Henderson State, their second of the half, 60 seconds.
And Reddies will take a timeout with exactly 1 minute to play in the half. They should get the football back here, barring a fake or some sort of penalty giving Ouachita a first down. The Reddies will have one timeout left, hoping that Cam Thomas can get a decent return.
Throw a red flag for a challenge. Todd Knight threw a flag to challenge.
Interesting. Not sure if that's even a reviewable play.
I don't know, but I don't know how it could be reviewable. Not during a timeout, right?
Well, it has to be before the next play occurs.
Right.
And
I know what Todd's saying.
Maybe he wants them to look at a targeting call or something like that, desperate to keep the ball away from the Reddies. And he's got a timeout to waste here if he loses the challenge.
It'll be interesting to see what they come up with here.
They're still talking about it.
But like you say, I don't think you can challenge that.
You're not supposed to.
That's a judgment call.
You're not supposed to be able to re-adjudicate a play is the terminology we use in the basketball replay world. And at least getting the iPad over there on the sideline ready just in case, and we'll see what they decide to do here. I'm sure they'll announce it to us. Now they'll come over to Greg Holsworth and give him an explanation for what's going on.
Yeah, there's no challenge. They can't go challenge. Golly, 173 yards of offense to 81.
And yet it's still a one-possession game. So there will be no replay necessary. No announcement necessary, it doesn't look like. It'll be 4th down and 4. We may have an announcement here.
Ouachita decided not to challenge the ruling on the field. They are still charged a timeout on the play.
So that's kind of the worst situation possible. They did extend the timeout for them, so
yep.
Both teams with one timeout remaining.
Well, he wants to keep that challenge in the pocket for the second half in case you need it.
More interesting things here. Weston on to punt inside his own 5-yard line. Cam Thomas back around his own 30. Expecting a boomer from the Australian. Quick snap gets it away. It's a beautiful punt. Thomas will return it. No, he'll call fair catch at the 31-yard line. 53 seconds and 69 yards and 1 timeout for the Reddies. You almost want to just run the football once, maybe twice, take a knee, and get to the half, knowing you're getting the football right back with a chance to have a little bit better field position.
And if you can just get a little bit of time up front and get Jackson open, I mean, I think he can get open. He just has to have the time, and he hasn't had much time today at all.
Going to have to make some adjustments in the locker room.
Injuries have just hampered the Reddies the last part of the season.
Abraham back there with Edwards. He'll go in motion. Andrew wants to throw. He'll go to the right side and throw it away.
Boy, Edwards got hit there late. No flag. Ben Ridings come in there and just leveled him. Or not Ben Ridings.
I think that was Chance Taylor.
Chance Taylor.
And he had something to say about it as he was backpedaling to his own defensive huddle. Clock stopped 49 seconds, 2nd down and 10. Now if you're the Reddies, you definitely want to run the football. Don't give Ouachita a chance to return anything. They've returned punts and kickoffs for touchdowns this year. Abraham on the carry across the 35 and down to the 36-yard line. And Reddies will have to run one more play, about a 3-second difference in the play clock and the game clock.
I'd run the football here.
See what you can get.
And get it.
He wants to throw. He's rolling right side, directing traffic. In trouble, throws it right side and throws it away. And now the Reddies will have to punt it away. Still 21 seconds.
See, my thinking there was I would have tried to rush the football. And if you don't get the first down, fine. If you get the first down, call timeout. But if you don't get the first down, let it run down to like maybe 2 or 3 seconds timeout instead of punt. Go for the end zone.
And
I guess that's why I'm not a coach.
Ouachita is not sending a return man back. They're going to go after this one.
Well, I would. They got close last time.
21 seconds on the clock. It will start on the snap. There is a timeout.
Oh, look at that big kick, too.
Before the snap, timeout, Henderson State, their 3rd and final of the half. 60 seconds.
So the Reddies will take that last timeout before they punt it away. They want to adjust some coverage for what Ouachita, you would imagine that Ouachita would try to do. As we do that, be sure to stick around for our SCM Architects halftime show. Again, Troy will sit down with Mr. Shane Broadway, and they'll have a very interesting, fun conversation about what's going on in the Arkansas State University system and here at Henderson. And then I'll come back with you for some scores and some stats and hopefully to get you ready for this second half of action here in what's been another classic Battle of the Ravine. A bit of a slow, more defensive type ball game than we expect, but still a good one indeed.
Yeah, kind of uncharacteristic. I think everybody thought it would be a higher scoring game, but I think both teams are, relying on their defense and just trying to slow the tempo down. We've had a few of those in the past, but most of them have been high scoring. Nothing more than, 2013 when over there when it was a triple overtime? That was so much fun.
I didn't get to go to that one.
Oh, it was so fun. That was such a fun game. Kevin Roger and Darius Davis.
Another nice punt from Robertson. Not quite as nice, but it'll take a ready roll.
Just keep rolling.
Inside the 15 and down to the 13, and there'll be 11 seconds left in the half.
I mean, you got to think OBU just going to take a knee. You got to think OBU just take a knee.
I don't think there's anything that can be gained from this. There's a lot of things that could go wrong.
Yeah, they're going. That's what they're headed to do.
We'll take a knee, and we'll take us into halftime. I'll let the clock roll down. It's Livingston back in the game after being somewhat injured, will take that knee, and both teams will head off the field to their respective locker rooms. We have reached the end of the first half of action here in the 97th Battle of the Ravine with the score Ouachita Baptist 10, Henderson State 6. Be sure to join us back after this 3-minute timeout for our halftime show. You're listening to Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
For Henderson State Reddie apparel and souvenirs, stop by the Reddie Bookstore, located on the HSU campus in the Garrison Center. Open before every game, you can also purchase apparel and gift items under the Reddie Bookstore tent during the game. The Reddie Bookstore is open 8 to 5 Monday through Thursday and 8 to 4 on Friday. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Reddie Bookstore or online at www.reddiebookstore.com. Reddie Bookstore, proud supporters of Henderson State Athletics.
Do you have an idea that you'd like to see on a t-shirt? Print Mania can help you turn your idea into a reality. Print Mania offers a variety of t-shirts for you to choose from. We also have personalized service, which will allow you to work with an artist who will help you create your t-shirt. Print Mania also does embroidery and engraving. Come visit us at 624 Main Street in Arkadelphia or call 870-246-3803. Print Mania, proud supporters of Henderson State University.
SCM Architects have been serving Henderson State University for over 20 years. You'll recognize the firm's work on campus in the design of the dining hall, the Charles Dunn Student Recreation Center, Sturgis Honors Hall, and East and West Residence Hall. This year, SCM Architects have been privileged to work on the new Charles and Anita Cabe Student Athlete Success Center and the restoration of the historic Captain Henderson House. Learn more about the firm's higher education, commercial interior design, historic preservation, and master planning projects at scmarchitects.com.
Henderson State Sports is brought to you on the Arkansas Rocks Radio Network, KDEL 100.9 FM and KVRC 1340 AM Arkadelphia, KZYP 1310 AM and K281CK 104.1 Malvern, KWPS 99.7 FM Cattle Valley Hot Springs, and KYXK 106.9 FM Gurdon.
The Southwest Auto Collection in Arkadelphia is a proud sponsor of Henderson State Athletics. We offer the best American-made vehicles: Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC. We have the largest selection and lowest prices, and we're the only dealer who give you tires for life with every new car you purchase. Come see the Southwest Auto Collection at 10th Street in Arkadelphia or go online at idriveswa.com. The Southwest Auto Collection in Arkadelphia.
It's time to play Perfect Food Pairings, brought to you by Mountain Dew. Contestants, are you ready?
Ready? Oh, yeah.
Yep. For $500, this dish pairs perfectly with the bold citrus kick of Mountain Dew and is typically eaten with your hands.
Oh, street tacos.
Sorry, that is not the answer we're looking for.
Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Sorry, that is also not the answer.
What the heck?
Is it chicken wings? Can you be more specific?
Boneless chicken wings.
Close.
Boneless chicken wings with smoky chipotle sauce.
Correct. You just won $500.
What? Wait a second. Yeah, hold on. Mountain Dew pairs perfectly with street tacos. Why wasn't that correct?
And Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
I just had some with an ice cold Mountain Dew.
The indescribable flavor of Mountain Dew pairs with way more than chicken wings.
Who wrote these questions?
Who wrote these answers?
If we could move on to the next question.
Let's just split the $500 three ways.
3 does not go into 500.
This show is so lame.
This show is not lame.
Yeah, you're lame.
Lame.
Who are you calling lame?
Calling you lame, Mr. Lame-o.
Nothing pairs perfectly with food like Mountain Dew. Do the Dew.
Welcome back to Henderson State University. Halftime here at Carpenter-Haygood Stadium. Ouachita leading 10-6 in a very defensive struggle, and I'm pleasantly joined today in halftime by Shane Broadway, Vice President of Governmental Relations at Arkansas State University. An impressive resume, of course, was elected to the Arkansas House of Representatives in 1996. Was elected the Speaker of the House in 2001, and tell you, focused on education, and there's nothing more important than education, and a champion and the leader of higher education. Thanks for joining me, and I just want to ask you, talk a little bit about education. How education has changed and evolved, especially in the state of Arkansas in the last 20 years.
Oh, man, we don't have enough time. But thank you for having me. I appreciate you having me on. It's quite an honor to be here. And to be with the busiest man in sports. I mean, you make me tired because I know exactly where you are every day, and just thanks for all you do for Henderson, and appreciate you and all you do. So, it really has changed a lot, and probably is going to change even more now that the election's over. We're anticipating with a new administration, new Congress, a lot of changes too. And so you've had, the last 20 years when I was in the Senate, I was in the House and then the Senate. We went through the Lakeview lawsuit related to K-12. And so, I've seen a lot of different waves, especially in higher education, where you've gone from when I first came in, the focus was more on workforce training and community colleges, and then it went to everybody needs to go to a university, and now it's kind of swung back to focusing on workforce and training.
Trade schools and
exactly.
stuff. Yeah.
But
my nephew's in trade school.
Exactly. And
he's a welder.
What I've always said, though, is you got to have both. You got to have the engineer, but you got to have the person who's going to fix what the engineer came up with.
Right.
And so there's got to be a mixture of both kids, and not every kid's going to come to Henderson. A lot of kids are going to go to ASU Three Rivers at Malvern. But what a lot of them might figure out while they're at ASU Three Rivers at Malvern is, hey, I didn't know anything about this college thing, but now that I'm here, maybe I can do that. And they transfer to Henderson and get a degree. And so what we hope to see is kids, what we call stackable credentials. You may start out with a 60-day certificate in something that's a technical training, and it may encourage you to keep going on because the opportunities are going to be there for you in your career. And so we continue to see education evolving, and that's the great thing about Henderson State and our partners in the ASU system. They all work very well together. Henderson students now, with the partnerships we have with UALR Law School and also with the NYT Medical School on the campus of Arkansas State University, students can start here. There's already a path developed for them to be able to go straight into those pathways. And so we're trying to develop more of those.
I tell you, my wife, a special education teacher at Hot Springs Junior Academy. She earned her master's here, undergraduate at it was Northeast Louisiana at the time, Louisiana Monroe. And I know, listening to her and talking with teachers and stuff, there's some concern with teachers.
Oh, yeah. There is.
What's going to be like for the future of the teachers? Yeah. And I know there's going to be some changes down the road with the teaching.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be, and especially in special ed. I mean, there's so many kids now that are classified as special education that we can't keep up. There's not enough teachers wanting to go into special education because it is a challenge. I mean, it's a unique challenge working with those students, and so there is a lot of concern about, what is the future of education? What's it going to look like? And bless them all, you're taking, you never know. I had a sister-in-law that taught, she graduated from Henderson, and she would always talk about, you never know when a student walks into your classroom what they came from the night before.
You're dealing with kids with everything from Down syndrome to autism. Brain. My wife has dealt with them all, and you have some people then, and please pardon me, that are in higher administration that really just earned a degree, just wanted to get to degree in administration, come in and think they know. But if you haven't taught, you don't know what those kids are capable. And my wife, she says, hey, these kids want to be challenged. You don't teach them, you don't treat 7th and 8th graders like 2nd and 3rd graders. And you need to. Now, it's hard to teach freshman special ed the same as freshman algebra.
It is.
And that you're seeing some of that trying to be focused on some of these teachers, and to me, it has to be difficult.
Oh, I can't imagine. I always said when I was in the legislature, I was not a teacher. I'm not a teacher. I believe in education. That's always been my passion. That's why I was involved in it, and so I was always considered myself as their advocate. You're the one in the classroom. Tell me what we need to be doing for you.
Totally agree. That's exactly
and so
right.
It's important, and I tell legislators that all the time who have come behind me is, go to a classroom, sit and visit with that teacher and find out what are they seeing. I mean, you got kids like you were talking about with all the different kind of disabilities and some abilities, but sometimes you also don't know if they had dinner last night. Did their mom and dad have a fight? Did they sleep somewhere? Or did they get any sleep? Did they have breakfast?
And they're living with their grandparent
exactly.
or a cousin or something.
And we expect a teacher to take that child who they don't know exactly what they came from the day before and try to mold them into something. And it just makes their job exponentially tougher. And so that's why I've always been a huge advocate for them. But, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of significant changes in education in the future. It's going to be important that we listen to them and what they're seeing with the kids, because this is totally general. You know, we've had some issues recently we deal a lot with on campus in mental health. A lot more mental health issues than I remember being a kid. And maybe we just didn't realize that's what it was that people were facing. But we see a lot, especially even in college, too, of students that are facing mental health issues.
Well, a few years ago when the talk and the start of Henderson State joining the Arkansas State University system, I know there was concern with alumni and so forth like that.
Yeah.
Personally, I thought, hey, this is going to be good for Henderson State University. It's going to afford opportunities for it to grow, add more programs and stuff, and rebuild a great school with Teachers University, and that's what it was. And one of the great hires was Dr. Trey Berry.
Oh.
You see him, the most positive man, always a smile on his face. He reminds me of the late Dr. Charles Dunn.
Yes.
I love Dr. Dunn.
I did too.
And he was at every event he could be at, always positive. But what I really liked about him is how he interacted with the students. Yes. And I think everybody thought, you could go Dr. Dunn, he's my friend.
Yeah,
and so,
exactly.
But just what having Henderson State and what it's done being part of the Arkansas State system. I mean, it's already grown. Enrollment's starting to increase. We're starting to add more and more programs that you couldn't think of. And with the ASU, like you said, the ASU system, ASU BB, ASU Three Rivers, so it just does nothing but a positive for Henderson.
There's a lot of opportunities. I've said often when we came and were asked to be involved to come in with Henderson in 2019 that the easiest thing to have done that day was to lock the doors and taking the keys back to Little Rock and shut it down. That would have been the easiest thing to do. That wouldn't have been the right thing to do, not for Arkadelphia, not for Southwest Arkansas, not for our state. And so our team at the ASU system office has spent every day since we arrived here of looking for ways to save Henderson and bring it back. And so we literally had to tear it down to the studs and make some very difficult decisions. Our board of trustees had to make some very difficult decisions. But it's now, I think, in the next few years going to be a shining example to the rest of the country of how you build something back. And it's not been easy. There are people who, had lost their jobs, and there were gut-wrenching days. But the day I knew we were going to make it, and we still got a long way to go. Don't get me confused there. We got a long way to go. But the day I felt kind of that sigh of relief, and you could almost feel it, was the day we announced that Trey Berry was coming back to Henderson. It was
great. I mean, you said it yourself. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day. And we knew it was going to take some time, but it looks like we've got up over that hill, and we're making that progress.
They got a lot of progress. Enrollment's back up. We got some good news yesterday with our bond rating for Henderson, and just a lot of positive steps happening. It's going to be a day at a time, trying to bring some programs, be creative. Higher ed's changing, and so we're going to change with it. And Henderson's, trying to rebuild in the middle of all that. And so, but having a leader like Dr. Berry, I mean, he's the ultimate recruiter. I always say it's you got to, for a football team, the analogy, you got to recruit yourself out of a bad record. That's what he's doing, and he's doing it one-on-one. He's talking to the parents, he's talking to the students, and so you got to have those relationships. I had one of my principals at Bryant. His kid's going to come to Henderson next year, and he come up and he said, Dr. Berry come up to him, introduced himself, spent time with him, said, you know where my kid's going? He's going to Henderson. And so it's that personal touch, that's that ready spirit that people talk about that's really going to bring Henderson back.
Well, I can't let you go without talking about one thing. I mean, I know you're one of the main focus people behind the Salt Bowl, the Benton Bryant game, and being from Saline County. I know you have got to be excited because there's a good opportunity, good chance that you're going to see both Benton and Bryant at War Memorial here in a couple weeks.
I tell you, I went to my first high school game when I was 2 weeks old, and my brother played for Bryant, and I've had family play at Bryant and Benton. I was a center for both schools, and so I just love high school football like you do. And so it's been exciting to watch both teams this year. I know what they have. I knew they could make it, could be this good. They still got a long way to go to get back to War Memorial, but but the possibility of having both of them in state championship games is pretty exciting. And so it's great for our community. It's great for Saline County. It's great for high school football. So I'm excited about it.
Well, thanks for joining us.
I'm
it's
honored
a pleasure
to do it. Thank
have
you, Troy.
you.
Appreciate
This is Shane
you.
Broadway. Appreciate having him for halftime. We'll take a timeout and come back with more of Henderson State football here on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Southern Bancorp, we are wealth builders for everyone. We see building wealth as helping people succeed in creating strong financial futures. For some, it's having tools to build credit and buy a first home. For others, working with our award-winning SBA team to launch or grow a small business. And still others might use our unique savings plan today to save for tomorrow's dreams. Wherever you are in your wealth building journey, Southern Bancorp can help. Stop by or visit banksouthern.com to get started. Proud supporter of the Henderson Reddies. Southern Bancorp, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
SCM Architects have been serving Henderson State University for over 20 years. You'll recognize the firm's work on campus in the design of the dining hall, the Charles Dunn Student Recreation Center, Sturgis Honors Hall, and East and West Residence Hall. This year, SCM Architects have been privileged to work on the new Charles and Anita Cabe Student Athlete Success Center and the restoration of the historic Captain Henderson House. Learn more about the firm's higher education, commercial interior design, historic preservation, and master planning projects at scmarchitects.com. Java Primo, where amazing coffee is just the beginning. Visit Java Primo Coffee House, Cafe, and more on Main Street in downtown Arkadelphia, on Central Avenue in Hot Springs, and on the Square in Magnolia. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, gifts, or desserts, Java Primo has something amazing for everyone. Shop for gifts and gift cards for your favorite Reddie online 24/7 at Java.
Back with you on the SCM Architects halftime show. Serving Henderson State University for over 20 years, SCM Architects is a proud sponsor of Reddie Athletics. SCM Architects has provided Henderson State with a new dining hall, recreation center, student athlete success center, and dormitories all within the last 5 years. SCM Architects, a proud supporter of Henderson State Athletics. Here at halftime in the 97th Battle of the Ravine, it is a 10-6 Ouachita lead. Troy, I was talking a little bit while you and Shane Broadway were visiting, and we have a big opportunity to win this game. It's just going to come down to we've got to just get Andrew to throw the ball a little bit more. Running between the tackles is probably not the best way to beat this Ouachita defense.
Yeah, and, you look at the stats. He's 10 of 17, but only 64 yards. Everything has been short. He hasn't completed any long plays like Livingston has with that big
that 60-yard
touchdown play. But the Reddies are going to have to convert on third down. 1 of 9 on third down, and that's not very good. When you get those third downs, you got to be able to push it across, and it has been just like I said, defensive struggle. Nobody has really established himself offensively in this game.
Indeed it is. As we take a look at today's halftime stats, sponsored by Pepsi. Pepsi is made for football watching and proud to be the official soft drink of Reddie Athletics. As we take a look first for Ouachita, they've run 31 offensive plays for 171 yards, 101 through the air, 70 on the ground in 20 attempts. They have 7 first downs. They have 1 fumble. They've got 4 penalties for 38 yards, a 14:06 time of possession, 2 of 8 on third down. They have not attempted a fourth down conversion, and they are 1 of 1 in the red zone. Eli Livingston, 5 of 11 passing, 101 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He has also been sacked once. He is also the leading rusher for Ouachita. 8 carries, 38 yards. Chris Henley with 3 carries for 19 yards as well. Givens has just 8 carries for 15 yards, well below his season average. Bo Baker, the leading receiver, 2 catches, 65 yards, and a touchdown. No Tiger with more than 1 catch. Behind him, Mario Ganter Jr. leads the team in tackles with 4. Dawson Miller, Jax Miller, and Mikey Gonzalez each with 3 tackles apiece. For the Reddies, 31 offensive plays for 86 yards, 64 through the air, 22 on the ground in 14 attempts. They have 1 interception. They've punted the ball 5 times. They have as many punts as they do first downs. 4 penalties just like Ouachita, but 1 more yard. 4 penalties, 39 yards for the Reddies. 15:54 time of possession. 1 of 9 on 3rd down. 1 of 1 on 4th down. Andrew Edwards, 10 of 17, passing 64 yards. No touchdowns. He has been sacked twice. He has also run the ball not overly effectively. Jalen Abraham, the leading rusher, 3 carries, 13 yards.
Top a layer of delicious beans. It's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi, and we've achieved absolute
Were we
magic
knocked
nirvana.
off?
Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping,
Let's just go to the
there's
scoreboard.
No topping a cool Pepsi finish.
Oh, I don't even have
Nachos,
it up.
better with
Oh, I've
Pepsi.
got him.
That's what I like.
Back with you here on the SCM Architects halftime show. Let's take a look across the Great American Conference as we have games that just got underway at the top of the hour. And if we can get them going here. We have 2 minutes into the ball game. Harding 14, Arkansas Tech nothing. It was 14-0 about 30 seconds into the game. I have to look at the scoring plays here and see exactly what it was. It was a 55-yard run by Braden Jay, the first play from scrimmage. And then on the second play, it was a 17-yard pick 6 to make it 14-0. Literally 37 seconds into the game. Harding not wasting any time against rival Arkansas Tech. So we're looking here, a little slow getting some of our stuff together.
Halftime performances, both the Henderson State and the Ouachita bands on the field. Of course, we had Veterans Day earlier this week, and they played the songs of the Marines, the Navy, Coast Guard, Army, Air Force, and they got a nice round of applause from the fans here as they're paying tribute to our armed forces.
It is nice to see the two bands get together and have a little bit of a sense of camaraderie. Troy, I'm afraid you're going to have to check these. I can't get anything pulled up other than that Harding score. My apologies. We'll get some other, hopefully, Division II scores going on. There's several finals, several things that are affecting our super region. I can get those, but I can't get our own conference. We'll go ahead here, see what we can find. Ferris State, after trailing 3-0 at the end of the first quarter, leads Davenport 24-9. They are presumptively going to be the number 1 seed out of Super Region 3. They'll get the bye next week, and they'll host in Grand Rapids all the way, at least through the quarterfinals. Indianapolis, they are number 7 in the region standings, trying to hold on to a spot. They are showing their will in a non-conference game against Lincoln, 45-0 in the fourth quarter. That's a generous matchup there for the Greyhounds going in. Fort Hays State has started to creep their way back in. They're at the 8th seed in Super Region 3. They lead Nebraska Kearney in the fourth quarter, 24-14. Anybody else? MIAA. Halftime score. Get a load of this one, Troy. Central Missouri has snuck their way back in. They are number 9, trying to hope for a loss somewhere above them. They lead Missouri Southern at the half, 35-34.
Wow.
The exact opposite of what we're getting here in Arkadelphia. Halftime, Central Oklahoma, who's number 4 in the region rankings, they lead Emporia State 24-7. You have our game as well.
At the end of the first quarter, 24-0 Southern Arkansas over Arkansas Monticello. Midway through the second quarter, Southern Nazarene on top of Oklahoma Baptist 14-7, a battle of 2 and 8 teams. Well, there was no score in the second quarter between Southeastern Oklahoma and East Central. And nothing yet. I don't see anything on the Northwestern.
They don't kick off till 3.
3, okay, that's a 3 o'clock kickoff, that's right.
Pittsburgh State, number 3 in the Super Region. They lead Northwest Missouri State 14-0. So if Ouachita or Harding want to host next week, they're going to need some big changes in the second half. Grand Valley State does not play today. They will more than likely stay locked into that number 2 spot. And with none of the teams ahead of them losing, it might be number 5 seed Ouachita, number 6 seed Harding, which means they would get to go to, right now, either Grand Valley State, Pitt State, or Central Oklahoma. None of those would be an overly generous first-round matchup for either of the GAC teams.
Well, it doesn't matter who you play in this region. I mean, seriously, every matchup is going to be tough in this region. Talking with folks at Harding, like we said, it's get out of the region, and it's easier to win getting out of the region than trying to win within the region. I mean, look what Harding did in their semifinal and championship game last year. I mean, it just tells you. And it is one of the toughest regions. If they would put it like Division I football, you'd have, I bet, 4 of those teams in the region would be in the semifinals. I mean, seriously, it's that tough of a region.
Now, they may do a little bit of rearranging now to reduce travel. I know that potentially Grand Valley State has the option to play against one of the teams from Super Region 4, which would be one of the RMAC or one of those conferences over there on the west side, so they wouldn't have to travel all the way to somewhere like Colorado Mines when they're closer to, when it's like if it's a Minnesota State gets in, you stay within a state's distance of each other, but that would send someone, whoever's far west, in this instance it'd probably be Fort Hays, send them out to somewhere out in the Rocky Mountains.
Well, you would think that when all these conferences, like, the Gulf South, and they stay pretty much close together. It's just our conference, it goes, instead of from east to west, goes north to south. I mean, you're going up to Michigan or in Ohio at one time, because Ashland and Tiffin and all them were in that at one time in the region. I mean, boy, it made for long trips. You're kind of surprised that you didn't have Texas, one of those Texas schools and stuff in our region.
And they're in Super Region 4, so your first round, if you're one of these top 4 seeds, your first round matchup might be against somebody from like a Lone Star conference or something in that general area.
Yeah, it's crazy how they do that. I mean, I think you could just throw them all into a big bracket and say, all right, whoever's close, we're just going to put you this way, and then we'll move from there. Anything within 500 miles,
is fair play.
Fair play.
Yep, I like that idea. I like the idea of the Reddies getting the football first. I was talking to David Sally, and I said, somebody's going to score a touchdown on their first offensive drive of the second half, and I just hope that it's us that does it.
Yeah, it's Reddies just haven't been able to punch it inside the 20s. I mean, they get stopped. They've actually OBU scores were set up by some penalties, and you got to try to cut out those mistakes, but you have to make something happen. And that offensive line, it has to do a better job up front. Give Drew a little bit of time so Jax can get open, because Jax is getting open, but he just needs another second or so of holding, locating him, because he's been running in that backfield a lot. Scrambling for his life.
And the Reddies have to do a better job taking advantage of some of these opportunities.
They're ready for kickoff.
And we'll get this one second half underway. We'll see if Jaggers can get a little bit better footing underneath him. He can. It's still a short kickoff, returnable at about the 9-yard line. Easter is tripped up right at the 25. It looks like he just had his legs taken out from under him. So this is probably the worst starting field position the Reddies have had since at least the first quarter, if not all game.
Yeah, Drake Womack, redshirt freshman from Benton, came in with the play on the kickoff coverage team for the Tigers.
Now, what will we see out of this Reddie offense? The halftime adjustments, we've talked about it all season, are just massive for the Reddies. And you've got to imagine the play calls will have to be a little bit different than they were in the first half. Edwards out of the shotgun, has Dylan Jones with him. He'll hand it off to him. Tries to go off tackle. He will lose 3 yards.
Oh, that's not what you want. You do not want to go 3 and out on this first possession of the second half, because all that momentum will go to that side team in the purple and white.
Second down and 13. Just underway here. Reddie's will go 5 wide, including Davis there at an H-back position. Ball's on the right hash. They'll look to the near sideline to get an updated play call. 11 seconds on the play clock. Fans still filing back into their seats, getting ready for this second half. Edwards takes the snap late. He'll look. He's flushed out. He has to take off running. He runs up the right sideline, has a first down.
There's a flag. There should be a flag.
And there it comes in. And Edwards ran for the first down and then is going to get an extra 15. And Todd Knight out on the field immediately talking to Brad Frisbee. That's the exact same play. That's the exact same play.
No, he was already in the slide, and then he went out to helmet.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 23 of the defense. 15 yards will be added to the end of the run. Automatic first down.
I tell you, Blake, I'd take a look at that because he went out his head. I mean, that'd take a second look for targeting. I would. Because, it looks like he went right at his head.
Could be a discussion, but it doesn't look like the Reddies will ask for it even. Empty backfield again. It looks the Reddies seem to think that is going to be the answer to some of their offensive woes. And taking more time off the clock. You feel almost you have to get a touchdown here. Ouachita will go with a too high safety look. Edwards pump fake, throws right sideline, complete, nice catch, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
Kikkoff-𝗦𝗧𝗧𝗦𝗖𝗥𝗜𝗕𝗘. It sounds like a big wide receiver name.
And it's a big wide receiver gain as the ball all the way to the Ouachita 33-yard line. And the Reddies will stay in this empty backfield look. They're going to trust Edwards. They're going to get more guys out in space and let Edwards make some choices. On first down, Edwards wants to run. Tries to get to the outside, cuts back in across the 30 and down to the 28-yard line. A nice first down run for Andrew Edwards.
Yeah, gets 4 yards on the play. I tell you what, he's not afraid to get hit. That's one thing you got to like. A quarterback not afraid to go in and go get after it, and get hit.
A simple matter of toughness in that situation, if you ask me. Second down and 5 after the 5-yard rush on first down.
Well, that's kind of what you want in a quarterback, a guy that can throw it and not afraid to get hit and get to your yardage if you need to.
Backfield again for Edwards, going right side, going out to the boundary. A little miscommunication. Elijah George looked like he was supposed to complete a comeback route, and he did not.
Or you can see the frustration on Andrew when somebody doesn't run the right route, because he had it put right where he wanted to put it, and he was wide open.
That is an overly frustrating thing for an offense that seems a little bit put out today. Edwards going to look to the near sideline once more. Play clock down to 11. 12:18 is where the clock has stopped here in quarter number 3. Same set, empty backfield. Edwards over the middle, the check down, complete to 𝗦𝗦𝗕𝗘. He gets out to the right side and loses the football, but the Reddies are right back on it inside the 15.
I was just about to say, get down. Do not put the ball on the ground. You got the first down. You're in red zone. Take care of the football.
The Reddies have survived that one. 2 big catches this drive for Sekou 𝗦𝗦𝗕𝗘. A bit of a slow year. I'm sure he thought he would make a little bit more impact this season, but has a chance to make it when it matters. Jeremiah Davis in the game. He needs to be a lead blocker for Edwards, who goes off on the run and gets down to about the 10-yard line.
Getting down tangled up here on the near side. for Henderson State, Robbie Williams and Stephen Weston getting a little scuffle down here at the goal line. The referees had to break it up.
Probably a few choice words said there.
Sure. That competitiveness, you want to win, and it looked like Williams was just blocking him down.
Abraham in at running back now. 2 receivers, 2 tight ends. Edwards 5-step drop, looking over the middle. Abraham bobbled up, and it's intercepted by the Tigers. Coming out with it is Mario Ganter Jr. He's across the 30 and brought out of bounds. Finally, around, I don't know where they're going to mark it.
Looks like about the 40.
It was around the 40-yard line when he went out of bounds. They mark it at the 39, it looks like.
It was right in his hands, right in his chest, and he couldn't hold on to it. The strength of the throw by Edwards. And that's just a misfortune. You hate that to be an interception on his stats, because that was a touchdown.
Livingston out of the shotgun, hands off to Givens on first down. Off the right side, now cuts back. He is brought down at the 44 by 𝗦𝗫𝗦𝗓𝗓𝗏.
Ooh.
All the way, they'll give him the 45-yard line, so a 6-yard gain. Make it 2nd down and 4.
Looking at Jalen Abraham down there on the sideline, he is upset, frustrated, and
handoff on 2nd down. Givens gets it again, follows his blocks across midfield, and he will get no further than the midfield stripe, but it is enough for a Ouachita first down, and that turnover is going to plague the Reddies. That's one of those plays.
Well, Andrew Edwards went over to Abraham and said, "Hey, we're going to need you. Get your head up. We need to move forward from this. You got to have short-term memory in ball games like this."
First down, Ouachita. 9:37 left on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. Reddies trail at 10-6. Livingston's going to throw over the middle. It's complete to Baker. He's been the favorite target of Livingston today, to the tune of that 60-yard touchdown.
Now both teams are picking it up a little bit. Compared to the first half, it just seemed like, just to slow down. Now everything's being sped up quite a bit.
They'll call it a 5-yard gain. 2nd down and 5 from the Reddies' 45-yard line. Livingston in the pistol. He'll fake the handoff and take off running himself. He'll get a couple of yards there to the 43-yard line. Lucky there wasn't a block in the back called there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm surprised the flag did not come out of the pocket of our line judge, Troy Giglio. I mean, because it was right in front of him.
3rd down and 3. 8.5 to play here in quarter number 3. Livingston in the shotgun. Reddy showing some pressure off the weak side. Run. Livingston wide side of the field. He's got the first down and more. He's finally brought down at the, looks like the 30-yard line, maybe the 31.
I could tell you that play from here. I mean, that whole side was wide open. There was nobody on that side.
Darius Thompson, the guy who saved what could have been a touchdown. Very dangerous. 1st and 10. They'll spot it at the 32-yard line. Livingston out of the shotgun. Bunches his receivers. Fakes the handoff to Givens. Looks to the near side. He'll get the check down completion to Jones inside the 25 and push down out at the 22-yard line. A.J. Jones will be the receiver on the play. It's going to be close.
Officials timeout on the field for an injury. Defense.
And the Reddies have an injured defensive player on the near sideline. Cannot see who it is just because of the angle in which it comes down. And again, the injury bug biting the Reddies once more.
Yeah, to me, with all the injuries that the Reddies have suffered this year, it's amazing that it's a 10-6 ball game.
Just a couple of missed opportunities offensively. And it's Tim Jennings. He gets up and walks off on his own. So he'll have to sit out of play.
Every place, there's people everywhere, even down in the party tent area. I mean, they're having a good time with this one.
As they should. This is a holiday in Arkadelphia. Has been for a long time. First down and 10. They'll mark it at the 22-yard line for the Tigers. Handoff fake to Givens. Livingston rolls out, and he'll throw it away. Being chased quickly by Jacoby Shell. Could not get his options to develop downfield in time. Good job by Shell keeping that coverage, keeping that pursuit very active.
Yeah, he had to get rid of it quickly, or Livingston was going to lose big yardage.
Instead, it'll just be second down and 10. Livingston out of the shotgun. He's got trips to the wide side of the field. In fact, the right tackle was rocking. They didn't do anything about it. Livingston takes off running to the 20, across, and down to the 18-yard line.
Oh, there's going to be flags there.
Are there any?
He didn't throw it. Darian Thompson looks like he threw a punch, but they didn't call it. I mean, he got tangled up with a Tiger, and I don't know if he threw a punch or he just shrugged his shoulders to get away from him or something, but it looked like I might have saw it late. I don't know if you saw the same thing.
I don't know where they would have been looking that wouldn't have been in that spot. Twin receivers, third down and 6. Livingston to throw. Now he tucks it and runs it himself. Inside the 15, inside the 10, and he's tripped up. He's got the first down, and a touchdown-saving tackle made at the 8-yard line.
But Jabril shot that gap and over-pursued. He just went right by Livingston and just knocked to the left. And, boy, I think he just got disoriented because, I mean, he had him, and Livingston went to his left and ended up getting a big yardage play. Should have been tackled for a loss.
Now it's first down and goal. And the Tigers will go to the Wildcat formation. Givens the direct snap, gets outside to the boundary inside the 5. Crawford slings him out of bounds at the 4-yard line and has something to say about it. He and Givens get tangled up out of bounds. Now it's starting to get pretty chippy.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's getting nitty-gritty time. 5.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. And the Tigers drive into Reddie's frustrated that the interception occurred at the other end. And when they were about to score and take the lead. And now OBU is could increase it to a 2-score game here.
They'll keep Givens in the direct snap. Goes himself up the middle. He's inside. He's down to the 1. They're marking him short of the goal line. Thankfully.
Well, with Givens' size, I think it's just a matter of time.
Especially in third down and goal, less than a yard. Still got to get a big push up front.
So he's 5'9", 215.
He is a very built 5'9", 215.
Yeah, maybe 215 about 5 or 6 years ago.
He'll stay with the direct snap. The Tigers want a timeout. They got it. I don't know why they took it. It looked like Givens had a touchdown.
Timeout, Ouachita. They're first of the half. 60 seconds.
So instead, we'll have a timeout at the 4:34 mark of the third quarter. Still 10-6 in favor of Ouachita. And they are driving and have a chance to increase that 4-point lead. And the Reddies need what would be a miraculous goal line stand, to say the least.
I mean, that interception, so I would rather call it a fumble because, I mean, it was in his hands. In the end, it should have been a touchdown.
and he just couldn't hold on to it. I mean, Andrew threw it right there in his chest. And you got to catch that football, and it ends up turning into an interception, and Ouachita marching right down the field and about to make it a 2-score game.
You know what's crazy, Troy? We've yet to have a media timeout here in the third quarter, and it's inside of 5 minutes. We may not end up having one until potentially after this, if Ouachita scores. If the Reddies can hold, 3rd down and goal from the half-yard line. Givens still going to be the recipient of the direct snap. He gets it, goes off left guard, lowers his shoulder, but he was stopped. Great stop by Jalen Powell. Jordan Owens in there as well. They stood him up. And we might have had a flop by a Ready defensive lineman into the end zone. It was a pretty dramatic.
Well, they're going for it.
Dead fish, absolutely.
Yeah.
The play of the game potentially right here. They lost half a yard, back to the 1. 4th down and goal for the Tigers. Givens will get the direct snap. He goes to the left. He's not going to get there. But Reddies with a goal line stand, and they'll take over.
What a defensive performance on that series. You had 2nd and goal from the 2, 3rd and goal from the 1, and 4th and goal from the 1, and they don't get it in.
Absolute insanity, and the Reddies will take over.
Illegal formation on the offense. More than 4 players were lined up in the backfield. That penalty is declined. Ball goes over on downs. 1st down. And we have a media timeout.
Timeout on the field. What a change of momentum. Swinging the Reddies' way. 3:53 left in the 3rd. It's 10-6 Reddies trailer. We're back after this on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Hey, future Reddies. Are you interested in a career in technology? Henderson State University offers degrees in aviation, computer science, and engineering. Visit hsu.edu/degrees to see the full list of degree opportunities. We are here to help you be ready for what's next. Contact us at admissions@hsu.edu or visit hsu.edu/readies to apply today or schedule a campus visit.
Java Primo, where amazing coffee is just the beginning. Visit Java Primo Coffee House, Cafe, and more on Main Street in downtown Arkadelphia, on Central Avenue in Hot Springs, and on the Square in Magnolia. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, gifts, or desserts, Java Primo has something amazing for everyone. Shop for gifts and gift cards for your favorite Ready online 24/7 at javaprimo.com.
Impressive goal line stand by the Reddies keeps this one a 1-possession game when we thought it was all but decided that Ouachita would end up scoring there with Givens. Had the ball 3rd and goal from the half-yard line, and yet the Reddies take over on offense inside their own 5-yard line. They're going to need some magic here. The offense has not achieved its potential today. Edwards in the shotgun. He'll hand it off. The right side, getting out of the shadow of the own end zone, is Jeremiah Davis. He will bring that one in.
Well, I don't know if there's a flag. Yeah, there's a flag.
Looks like it's against the Reddies.
Yeah.
Illegal formation on the offense. More than 4 men lined up in the backfield. Half the distance to the goal. Replay 1st down.
So back-to-back illegal formations. What an interesting setup that is. So the Reddies will be pinned all the way back to the 1-yard line. So it'll be 1st down and 12.
Got to get it out of the end zone.
Edwards will look to do so. He's got Davis back there with him. Sends Davis and Gallagher across the formation. Takes the snap. Hands off to Davis. He'll get about a yard up to the 2 yards or so up to the 3-yard line.
Trying to give him a little bit of breathing room so they can do something offensively, but Jimmy Jackson and Julian Clark coming back in for the Reddies. Jackson been very quiet today. 1 catch for 4 yards.
On an obvious passing down as well. They'll go back to that empty backfield. Edwards back there all by himself.
dangerous situation here. Nobody back there with you.
Got to imagine Ouachita's going to bring at least 4. Go out to the boundary, and it's just outside of the reach of Julian Clark.
And Drew was he was rushing it right there.
He had to get rid of it, or something bad was bound to happen. Be 3rd down and 10. What will the Reddies choose to do here?
They need to get at least 4 or 5 yards to give Axel a little bit of room to punt.
At this point, the offense has been the lesser team on the field today. The Ready defense has stood strong. The special teams have been solid. Just can't get anything going with possession of the football. Empty backfield for Edwards. 3rd down and 10. Looking over the middle, nowhere to go. Now throws it deep, wants Davis, and it's incomplete.
No flag. Oh, my gosh. He took him by his ankle, and he went down. That was Jax Miller, tackled him. Tackled Caden Davis, wouldn't let him get to the football.
Looked like he just tripped him up right by the ankle, and Reddies frustratedly send their special teams unit out again.
And Paulsworth did not had a few words for the back judge there.
And now there's potential for Ouachita to get really good field position. Robertson on the back line of his end zone. He'll punt it away. McElhaney will get it at his own 49-yard line from the right-hand side, and he'll be brought down from behind by Jody Easter at the 41. Looks like there's
a flag on the play. Both sides, so it's going to be on the Reddies.
If I had to guess, I'd probably say it's another 5 in the backfield.
Formation penalty. Yeah, they're going to Todd Knight, see what he wants to do. Take it from the end of the kick and move it up? Is that what they're going to do?
I can't ever remember which ones you can and cannot do that on.
Well, he looks like he was getting ready to mark it 5 yards up from the spot.
Illegal formation on the kicking team. 5 yards from the end of the kick, 1st down.
It is. And so Ouachita will get very good field position here. They'll get the ball at their own 36-yard line, rather. And the Ready defense is tasked once again with a tough challenge. They have got to keep Ouachita out of the end zone. And I was wrong, Troy. I said somebody was going to score a touchdown on their first possession of the half, and neither team did so.
Reddy's just got to keep OBU out of the end zone. Force a field goal. Oh, whoa. There must be 12 men on the field.
There are 12 men on the field, and that's going to get those 5 yards right back.
There is no foul on the play for a false start. The ball was being marked ready for play.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, there's 11.
Yeah, now there's 11.
It looked like there for a minute. I thought I saw an extra purple helmet.
It looked
with all those stripes.
Kind of hard to. Handoff, Givens, left side, finds a cutback lane. Across the 35, down to the 30-yard line. He gets 6 yards on that one. Looked like he didn't have much of anything. We're inside of 2 minutes to play, 1:36 left in the third. Ouachita still holding on to that 10-6 lead. The Ready defense stood strong.
You can only ask so much of your defense, you know.
Exactly right. Givens again on the carry, lowers his shoulder, falls forward to the 28. He'll be set up with a 3rd down and 2, and the next snap will be with less than a minute to play.
I don't fault this Ready defense at all today. I mean, playing short-handed, they have come to play.
They've been outstanding.
They've done a great job holding one of the top-scoring teams. It's got the top-scoring offense in the conference. The 10 points so far. Yeah, we're still got a quarter to go, but
Livingston out of the shotgun. He's going with the option. He'll keep it himself. Gets past the pylon and out of bounds. And just dialed it straight up like that. Made it look easy. And you can't fault the Ready defense there. They've just put themselves in an impossible situation.
Should be the Could be the last play of the quarter right here.
Yeah, they're gonna sub out. There's an 11-second difference in the play clock and the game clock here. So you have to imagine probably just time for one more play. Out of the pistol formation. Fakes the toss sweep. Livingston being pursued, almost brought down, but keeps it alive. Stays on his feet and gets knocked out of bounds by Darian Thompson.
Missed tackle by Cottrell Wallace. He's had a rough day. You get a couple penalties, and then that. Whew.
And we have reached the end of the third quarter in the 97th Battle of the Ravine, and it's going to be a fourth quarter to remember, as it almost always is. Score after 3, Ouachita 10, Reddie 6. Back with the fourth quarter after this. It's Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby. The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Brookshire's proudly supports the Henderson State Reddies football team. At Brookshire's, you can save on fuel or groceries with your points, where every dollar you spend earns you 1 point. Plus, score big with meat that is cut fresh daily and enjoy lower prices on the freshest produce. In a hurry? Let us do the shopping for you with our convenient curbside online ordering and pickup. Visit Brookshires.com to place your order today. Brookshire's, your ultimate tailgating destination. Go Reddies and go Brookshires.
Fourth quarter of action. Reddie's trailing Ouachita. It is 10-6. There are 15 minutes remaining in this one. It is second down and 4 for the Tigers. Waiting for the referee to mark the ball ready for play before the Tigers even break the huddle. Trying to get it quick so the Reddies don't have as much time to adjust. Out of the pistol. Livingston fakes the handoff to Givens and keeps it himself the left side. Inside the 15 and taken down out to the 13-yard line, and it should be enough for the first down.
It is down to the 12, actually. Red defense just getting tired. They've been on the field way too long.
After the first quarter, we thought, Ouachita was going to dominate the time of possession all day, but the Reddies actually held the ball just a touch longer in the first half, but this second half has been all Tigers, just meticulously moving the ball downfield. Livingston in the pistol again. Seen a lot of read option out of this look today. It's the same thing. The handoff to Givens. He's inside the 10 and down to the 9.
Even though the time of possession is even, it just seems like the Reddies been on the field way too much. $248 yards of offense to 138 for the Reddies.
3 quarters, you have 138 yards, and you're within a score. Givens the handoff. He'll fall forward to the 8-yard line.
This is a big play here, Blake. If you can hold them to a field goal, you're still within 1 score.
Yep, it's just a touchdown game if you can keep it to a field goal here.
Even though you've had a hard time getting it in there.
It's the fourth quarter on Battle Day. You never know what is about to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Livingston will be in the shotgun this time. He'll have trips to the right-hand side after McElhaney rolls out to the right. The snap, check down route. Givens almost intercepted by Colby Crawford. Would have been his second of the day, and that could have been a house call.
Man, he's slow getting up. He's slow getting up.
Officials timeout on the field for an injury defense.
And the Tigers are going to go ahead and send their field goal unit out. And Troy, we've seen a little bit of trickery from the Reddies here, but nothing from Ouachita today.
Media.
We'll go ahead and take a timeout, and we'll see what Ouachita does after this. 13-14 to play. Ready's trail 10-6. It's Ready Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers. We know, we've heard the news. Football is back, just how you remembered it. Tailgates with an ice-cold Pepsi in hand? Totally back. That between-play sprint to the fridge for more Pepsi is back, baby. I've really missed this. Anyways, you're probably wondering why we're writing you. Well, football isn't the only thing that's back. Date nights, family reunions, all those appointments you've been putting off. They're starting to clog up the calendar and getting in the way of what should be a whole lot of football watching. So consider this your official excuse for always putting football watching first, courtesy of Pepsi. That haircut appointment? Your mom told us you look great, so you should probably reschedule. Seeing the in-laws for the first time in ages.
It's been so long.
Nope, sorry, Susan, not if it's on Sunday. Long story short, after the year we've all had, we think you could use a little football watching. So crack open a Pepsi and cheer your football watching face off. With love, Pepsi. Made for football watching. That's what I like.
(13-14) to play here, Battle of the Ravine. The 2024 edition, the 97th iteration. Dax Jaggers will come on to attempt a 25-yard field goal from the left hash. Clean snap and hold. The kick is up. Got plenty of leg. It is good. 13-11 left to play here in this one. New score, Ouachita 13, Ready 6. We're back in 30 seconds with a kickoff here on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Twin Rivers Health and Rehabilitation, locally owned and operated in Arkadelphia, Arkansas. Our family is committed to yours. Our experienced rehabilitation team specializes in physical, occupational, and speech therapy, all working together to get you home. Call and book a tour with us today at 870-246-6337 or visit our website at twinrivershr.com. Again, that's twinrivershr.com.
13-11 to play, still anybody's game. The Reddies have got to figure out something on offense. And that's something I never thought would come out of my mouth about a Henderson State football team, that we've got to figure something out on offense.
Yeah, it's not been one of those performances to say that if you were to tell me that Edwards was only going to have 97 yards passing, 12-23 in this game, I'd say we're probably getting blown out. And it would be within a score. And Timmy and Jackson only one catch for 4 yards.
So we had 6 points, our second lowest output of the season. That kick will go into the end zone about 7 yards deep, and the Reddies will take it out of the 25. Still plenty of time, 3 timeouts. You want to make sure that you take a lot of time on offense on this drive. And regardless of it, you want to take and end with the ball in that end zone. You have got to get 7 points here.
Yeah. Got to make something happen. The offensive line really needs to, step up here. Play this last 13 minutes as it's the last 13 minutes of the season. Play it as hard as you can. Give everything you got. Hey, what do they say? It's the last game. You can't leave it. You got to leave it all on the field.
Got to leave it out there. We'll see what Edwards will do. He's got Abraham in the backfield with him here on first down. Sends Robbie Williams in motion. Haven't heard anything from him today. He's the lead blocker for Jalen Abraham on a toss sweep. Nice carry there, and he'll have enough for a first down, an 11-yard carry. That's what we needed.
Yeah, you need something. Keep moving it, get it in plus territory. Let's get creative here. Don't do anything stupid. Don't make any stupid mistakes here. Just get a nice drive and put it in the end zone.
No penalties. That will be a massive tell as how this drive will go as if you take a look at ready penalties. Edwards out of the empty backfield, checks down to Abraham again, lowers his shoulder past 2 defenders and down to the 43-yard line.
Good chunk. Yeah, you don't have to go through 460 yards. Just make sure your short passes are complete in positive yardage.
2 or 3 yards at a time is not a bad way to do it. As long as it's, like you said, moving forward. You can't have any negative plays. You cannot get behind schedule and force yourself into one of these long passing downs.
You definitely don't want to get behind the sticks.
Second down and 4, 12 minutes to play. Edwards to pass. He's got Jackson down the left side, complete at the 30-yard line. Jackson still on his feet inside the 20, and there's the big pass play.
I told you, we're waiting to hear from Timmy and Jackson, and there it is, into the red zone, down to the 17. Now the Reddies have got to punch it in. You can't settle for a field goal here. You have got to punch it in.
Field goal does nothing in this situation.
So it's 4-down territory every time here.
And finally, the air game opens up just a little bit. Great job by Jackson adjusting to that one. Read option. Edwards keeps it. Stutter steps left side inside the 5. Touchdown Reddies! And Drew Edwards punches it in, and the Reddies are within a point of tying this ball game.
We needed it. We needed it. We needed the answer. Now, here's the thing. The offense knows they can do it. Does that get that, confidence up? I'll say, okay, now, come on, defense. We're going to have your back. We're going to jump. We have your 6, as they say in the law enforcement. I got your 6.
Yeah. King on for the extra point attempt to tie the game. Clean snap on the way. Plenty of leg, and it's good. 11:19 to play in the 97th Battle of the Ravine, and we have a football game. Back in 30 seconds, we're tied at 13. It's Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Hi, I'm Sadie, student and team leader.
And I'm Lauren, student and agriculturalist.
When we rise above alcohol and drugs, we reach for, expect, achieve, and accomplish more.
The minute we think about using alcohol or drugs, we lower our chance of living our best life. When we rise above, we respect ourselves and lead by example.
Being drug and alcohol free has always been the best way to be.
Let's do this!
Join the RAD movement
and challenge yourself to rise above alcohol and drugs.
This message brought to you by Ouachita Children, Youth, and Family Services Prevention Program.
A brand new football game here in Arkadelphia. We're tied at 13 with 11:19 left to play. And a big pass play. Timione Jackson finally gets himself free and finds himself open down the field, and it led to the Andrew Edwards touchdown run. King on to kick it off. He's kicking from our broadcast left to right. Underway, high, very short kick. McElhaney will have it from the 20-yard line. Got it up into the wind, and he's hit hard. Nice tackle there by Bryant Hammond to stick McElhaney and negate what could be an outstanding run. They've got him at the 30-yard line. Ouachita's got it 1st and 10.
Can the Reddies defense stiffen one more time?
Livingston out of the shotgun on 1st down. Hands it off to Henley. Right side spins off a tackler. He's got the 1st down after a run of 11 on the play.
Yeah, fresh set of legs in there for OBU. Now they're trying to answer the Ready score and at least get it in the field goal range.
10:50 is a lot of time left in this one. Fakes the handoff, slant ball's tipped and incomplete. Hammond, and it looked like Jennings got tangled up, both going for the football. And that ball was batted way up into the air. Cottrell Wallace acts like he got a big paw on it.
I was just saying, boy, the Reddies could use a turnover right here.
Second down and 10. Ball is at the Ouachita 40-yard line. Twin receivers to either side, and the Reddies jump with contact, so they'll kill that ball. And the Reddies, after a great defensive play, make an error.
Be their 7th penalty of the game.
Offsides, number 90 of the defense in the neutral zone with contact. 5-yard penalty, remains 1st down.
That's either three or
2nd down.
3 or 4 offside penalties.
That's just something that you cannot have.
That should not happen. I can see one every now and then, but that 3 or 4 in one game.
It's a killer, and penalties could be a killer down the stretch for the Reddies. Handoff, the middle. Henley's got the first down, and he's into Ready territory.
Yeah, Henry running with a little bit of enthusiasm there. He's only a sophomore from Glen Heights, Texas. But he's given the Tigers another look. Oh, fumbled.
Almost bobbled it. Gets it on the right side, off right guard. He's tripped up. Another pretty solid gain. 7 yards that time on first down.
And he bobbled it in the backfield, and he gets 7 yards. Both teams have kind of turned it up a notch offensively here in the second half, Blake.
They've waited to the fourth quarter to do it, too. All the scoring. Second down and 3. Livingston out of the shotgun. Hands it off. Givens this time. Up the middle. Stays on his feet inside the 25. Bounces to the outside. One man to beat, and he'll score. Touchdown, Ouachita.
Well, poor tackling right there, but I mean, OBU answers.
Well, what started as a slow 10-6 ball game, it's now going to end up, you're going to have at least 20 to win. A pretty quiet West Stand. Jaggers on for the extra point. It's on the way and good. 9:27 to play. And we'll be back in 30 seconds with the kickoff. You're listening to Ready Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
SCM Architects have been serving Henderson State University for over 20 years. You'll recognize the firm's work on campus in the design of the dining hall, the Charles Dunn Student Recreation Center, Sturgis Honors Hall, and East and West Residence Hall. This year, SCM Architects have been privileged to work on the new Charles and Anita Cabe Student Athlete Success Center and the restoration of the historic Captain Henderson House. Learn more about the firm's higher education, commercial interior design, historic preservation, and master planning projects at scmarchitects.com.
9:27 in what has now become a back-and-forth shootout.
Hey, now can the Reddies answer again?
Jaggers will kick it away. He had really struggled in the first half, but seems to have made the adjustment, whatever it may be here. A high returnable kick from the 5-yard line for Jody Easter. He's already got a couple this season. He won't get one there as he's tripped up across the 20 at the 22-yard line where the Reddies take over 1st and 10.
Now it's time for offense to continue to step up. The defense, like we said, can only do so much, and I think they've done everything they can. That last drive, it was you could see that they were tired. You could see that defense was tired. They had some missed tackles there, and that's what happens when you're tired. Offense has got to continue to do what they did on that last series.
Edwards will start out in the shotgun. 3 receivers set. Davis right to left across the formation as an H-back. Davis in at running back. He'll get the call on 1st down. He has nothing to do, and he gets back to the line. Maybe lost about a half a yard. We'll call it no gain in 2nd down and 10.
You can see the Ready run game has been closed off. Going to have to resort to passing. Don't have to get 60 yards or 80 yards. Just get you plus yardage.
And they'll go 5 wide. This has been the most successful formation of the day. Jackson in motion. They'll give it to him on the pop pass. It's complete. Goes to the left side. He's got nowhere to go. Gets back to the line of scrimmage. So 2 straight plays of no gain And now the Reddies faced with 3rd down and 10. The last thing they want to do here is go 3 and out.
Well, you got to pick up 10 here, or you're going to have to get Robertson to get you a really good punt.
It's starting to get pretty late.
Yeah, we'll be under 8 minutes after this play.
Twins to either side, still an empty backfield. Edwards takes the snap, surveys, looking toward the sideline. What's Elijah George complete across the 45 and down to the 50-yard line. What a grab by Elijah George. And the Reddies get the first down on the big play.
Boy, if he was able to keep his feet, he could have been to the house, Blake.
What a catch.
But just him catching the ball was so big.
Same formation here. Ready to get the updated play call. Inside of 7.5 to play. Edwards wants to run it himself. Right side, nowhere to go. He lost a yard. Looked like he was grabbed on the inside of the shoulder pad.
Sure was. We said the run game has kind of been closed off.
And you're giving yourself neutral or negative yards on 1st down. That really sets you up to fail on these series. But the way the Reddies have played today, just with these big plays here in the 4th quarter, kind of been a moot point. Edwards back to pass over the middle. There's Jackson, completes. Stunner steps his way across for a 1st down to the 35-yard line of the Tigers.
Timmy and Jackson getting open. They're giving him Andrew Edwards just enough time to get it to him. Big, important drive right here.
It's nice to take a little bit more time off the clock, and I understand why the Reddies want to run, but they've just been unable to do any of it successfully. Edwards back to pass, 7-step drop, lets it fly. Wants Jackson in the end zone, incomplete.
And no flag? Are you kidding me?
Contact prior to the ball. It just looked like Jackson may have been turned the wrong way.
I don't know about that one.
Regardless of how we think about it, it'll be 2nd down and 10. Abraham will come back in the backfield to join Edwards, probably as a pass protector here. He will be. Andrew rolls out, in trouble, got to throw it away. Nice catch by Elliott Curry on the sideline. He still got it, and to no one's surprise.
It's going to be 3rd and 10, another big 3rd down for the Reddies.
Boy, Elliott Curry would dominate this game today.
Oh, my goodness.
Edwards, no one with him in the backfield. Inside of 6 minutes to play. Play clock down to 10 seconds. Still getting play calls. Gotta hurry. 3 seconds and 2, and the Reddies gonna burn a timeout.
Henderson State takes their first time out of the half. 60 seconds.
The Reddies take their first time out of the half. 5:51 to play. Trailing 20-13.
Could come back. Hopefully that having to use that timeout does not cost Reddies. But you have got to get a 1st down. You've got to score here anyway.
Still a lot of football left. 5:51 in the 4th quarter of a game is an eternity.
Well, Blake, let me just say it's been enjoyable being with you this fall.
Same here, brother.
We'll see each other a lot here in the winter months with basketball.
Basketball just getting underway. Some
yeah.
non-conference games. We'll be on the road for our first GAC conference December 5th. We go to Southeastern. We play at East Central on the 7th of December. Get one of those road trips out of the way.
The Eastern Oklahoma swing.
Eastern, Central, and Western. Edwards out of the empty backfield, coming out of the timeout on 3rd down. Looks to pass over the middle. There's Caden Davis inside the 20-yard line. Stays on his feet inside the 10. The 5. Touchdown Reddies.
Wow. Caden Davis came to play today. He has made some big plays when the Reddies have needed it.
Wide open on the seam route. Made man miss. Somehow used his hand down on the turf to keep balance. And the Reddies again are an extra point away from tying this one. King on to attempt the extra point. Clean snap, clean hold, the kick up. Plenty of leg is good. 5:43 left to play in this one. We're all tied up at 20, and we'll be back with the Ready kickoff in 30 seconds here on the Henderson State Sports Network.
The Southwest Auto Collection in Arkadelphia is a proud sponsor of Henderson State Athletics. We offer the best American-made vehicles: Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC. We have the largest selection and lowest prices, and we're the only dealer who give you tires for life with every new car you purchase. Come see the Southwest Auto Collection at 10th Street in Arkadelphia, or go online at idriveswa.com. The Southwest Auto Collection in Arkadelphia.
.543 to play. We are all tied up at 20. King will tee it up, ready to kick it away. Pretty cool that this matchup got featured on ESPN's College Game Day earlier this morning. The old driver 3-iron conversation.
And I can tell you who the golf coach who hit that. Blake McAfee when he was here. Former golfer and head golf coach.
Returnable from the 11-yard line for Baker. He runs into a mass of people. Reddy's trying to strip the ball. They could not do so. Get him down to the 26-yard line, however.
Blake got in the back corner of this end zone. This was before the Reddie, all that was over there, and he hit a driver, and he hit off the cement and bounced into the intramural fields, and then he took his iron and put it right into over the highway into the stadium over there right next door. We had it filmed.
Handoff on first down to Givens. He's across the 30, stays on his feet. A powerful run up to the 33-yard line.
Well, you're called on the defense to stop him here. You got to get a stop and give the Reddies a chance.
5:17 to play. The handoff again to Givens. Good closure there, but he's right at the line to gain. He's going to be a yard short. 3rd down and 1.
Givens running with a sense of urgency, the graduate student from Little Rock. Be glad to see him go. He's been there since Free Willie was a minnow. I mean, he's been there a long time.
Product of Little Rock Christian Academy.
Yep. Nice young man. Very pleasant young man.
He'll not get the handoff. Livingston will.
Oh, he got it on his second rush. He got it on his second surge.
Second effort got him to the 39-yard line and a 1st down.
That clock keeps running. You know what Ouachita wants to do. They want to take it down and win it at the very end, so Henderson has no chance.
They want the field goal as time expires. Livingston out of the shotgun on first down, hands it off to Givens, looking for a hole. He finds one, gets outside of Crawford. Powell has him by the ankle and finally brings him down at the 46-yard line.
Yeah, he's strong. Just a strong runner.
A strong 7-yard gain on first down. It'll be 2nd and 3 from the Ouachita 46-yard line. 3 receivers set. Livingston takes the handoff, hands it up now to Henley, the left side. He will be a yard short, and again, it's 3rd down and 1.
Ouachita's doing exactly what they want to do. Keep the ball on the ground and let the clock roll. This next play could be under 3 minutes if they wanted to.
They could potentially take it down to the 2-minute timeout if they take long enough on this play.
Sure can. Well, they're going. These 3rd and shorts haven't been much of a problem except on that goal line stance.
The handoff to Givens.
And he's
gone. And a touchdown saving tackle by Jordan Owens.
Because if he gets past, if Owens doesn't wrap him up, he's gone.
Which would put a lot of pressure on the Reddie offense, but give them a lot more time than you would.
Boy, you need a turnover here bad.
2:35 to play. Tied at 20. Another classic battle of the Ravine. Livingston fakes the handoff, fakes the reverse, passes it to a wide open Garrison Jackson. 15, 10, 5. He'll stretch for the end zone. He fumbled it out of bounds at the 1.
This could be interesting. It could be interesting.
Ruling on the field as the runner was out of bounds at the 1-yard line. First down.
The players are wanting them to challenge it.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
And we're at the 2-minute timeout. 2 minutes to play in this one. We're all tied up at 20. An exciting finish in this one again. Back after this 1-minute timeout. You're listening to Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
It's time to play Perfect Food Pairings, brought to you by Mountain Dew. Contestants, are you ready?
Ready?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. For $500, this dish pairs perfectly with the bold citrus kick of Mountain Dew and is typically eaten with your hands.
Oh, street tacos.
Sorry, that is not the answer we're looking for.
Flamin' Hot Cheetos?
Sorry, that is also not the answer.
What the heck?
Is it chicken wings?
Can you be more specific?
Boneless chicken wings.
Close.
Boneless chicken wings with smoky chipotle sauce.
Correct. You just won $500.
What? Wait a second.
Yeah, hold on. Mountain Dew pairs perfectly with street tacos. Why wasn't that correct?
And Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
I just had some with an ice cold Mountain Dew.
The indescribable flavor of Mountain Dew pairs with way more than chicken wings.
Who wrote these questions?
Who wrote these answers?
If we could move on to the next question.
Let's just split the $500 3 ways.
3 does not go into 500.
This show is so
This
lame.
show is not lame.
Yeah, you're lame.
Lame.
Who are you calling lame?
Calling you lame, Mr. Lame-o, 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 lame-o.
Nothing pairs perfectly with food like Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Did we ever expect anything different out of a battle of the Ravine than tied at 20?
Timeout on the field, Henderson State. Henderson State is challenging the ruling on the field that the ball was loose before the player stepped out of bounds.
Well, now it gets exciting.
I don't think there's going to be any. You only have one angle, and that's from above us. There's no way that they're going to change anything. It'd be different if you had multiple cameras, but you only have one camera, and all that does is make you lose a timeout.
And that would take the Reddies down to just 1. They'll go take a look. At least that angle can zoom, and so if the camera was keeping up with the play, which I'm presuming it was, then there's an opportunity to at least get a somewhat better look. But if it rolled through the end zone and out of bounds, it would be a touchback in favor of the Reddies. And that would be a massive swing of momentum that could determine the outcome of this game. But as you said, the question of if there's enough. Remember, the longer it takes, the more chance it has to stand.
Yeah.
So you have to have conclusive video evidence. It's just going to be tough at this level to get more than one angle.
Yeah, unless, like I say, unless you have, you know, like all these Division I, they got pylon cams and everything else. You're just not going to get that tonight. Not with just one camera.
But we could be pleasantly surprised. Stranger things have happened. In rivalry week here in the GAC, there are a lot of things possible in this situation. Let's see if we can pull up some more scores while we're waiting.
Yeah, they're still looking at it, and like you say, the longer it takes, the less chance of a change.
After video review, the ruling on the field stands. Out of bounds. First down and goal.
Has to. There's one angle.
Yeah.
There's not a lot, and the Reddie fans, unfortunately, don't understand that situation. Just because they're not in the know. So unfortunately, it'll be first and goal Ouachita at the 1 yard line. With 2 minutes to play, the Reddies are going to have a run at it.
Henderson lost their challenge on the play, and a timeout was charged to Henderson.
And they will have Givens back there wanting the direct snap. Reddie's held strong the last time they tried this. He'll go to the left side. He is second effort's going to get him in for the touchdown.
Actually, you probably better that he gets in on that first play so you have more time to work.
Especially now that you just have one timeout left.
Yes.
The Jaggers will come on to attempt the extra point. A little bit of sun coming into his view. Mostly shade on this north end of the stadium. Clean snap, hold, kick up, plenty of leg, good. 1:54 to play in this one. The new score, Ouachita 27, Reddie's 20. And we'll see. It would take 30 seconds to be back with a kickoff after this. It's Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
We've invented a new messaging system using the crisp sounds of Bud Light. Crisp code, lesson 86. This is how you say, gee willikers, it's a hot one. Let's cool down with some Bud Lights. And that's it for today. Bud Light, crisp. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A 1:54. The Reddies will presumably get the football back with around 1:45 left. We'll have one timeout.
And it was, what, 10-6 at halftime?
It was. Both teams have scored more than that in this second half alone.
Well, the fans, however many the attendance is got their money's worth today.
As is usually the tradition. This game not one that's been a blowout very often. Easter will return the kick from the 8 yard line. He bounces to the right-hand side across the 25, and he's tripped up, and there's a flag that comes in.
It's going to be holding. I saw it. He grabbed him, tackled him. So the Reddies are going to start back at their 11 or 12 after the penalty.
Have to make it more dramatic.
During the return, holding by the return team, 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, first down.
They didn't even know what number. They just called a holding.
That's where it hurts. They'll mark it back, it looks like, to the 13-yard line. The Reddies will have 87 yards to go. Edwards will be in the shotgun. Abraham to his right side, trips to his left. A tight end in the formation. Edwards looking. Steps up in the pocket, checks it down to Jalen Abraham, who gets to the 23-yard line and out of bounds at 141.
Good job, saves that timeout, and are they moving the sticks? I think they're across. I think they need to move the sticks. Yep, there's the signal.
Yep, it should be just enough.
And smart for Abraham, get out of bounds, save that timeout.
As long as you can. Same formation. Reddie's going to go with the hurry up. They'll check it down to Abraham again across the 25 and out of bounds the 27-yard line.
That's fine if you're working these quick outs for 4 or 5 yards.
Clock didn't even start on that one. You'll notice it's still at 141.
Yeah, they're going to have to take a couple seconds off the clock. I'm surprised nobody's saying anything. Nobody has said, even the Ouachita sideline hasn't said anything. Now they're going to say something.
Comes.
No, they still haven't done anything, Blake.
They're looking up at it.
People are pointing at the scoreboard. Now the field judge.
Please reset the game clock to 1:37. 1:37. Clock will start on the snap.
Yeah. There was no doubt.
No, it's just a matter of what were they going to set it at. They decided that 137 was the number. The clock stops there, however. Edwards back to pass again over the middle. There's Timion Jackson complete out of bounds at the 32-yard line with 1:31.
Shy of the first down.
By about a yard, it'll be 3rd down and 1. The Raiders are thinking more, let's get 7 or 8 yards at a time here. Just matriculate the ball down the field.
Got to get the yard there. You got to get the first down here.
1 yard, or preferably more. Motion, toss sweep right. Abraham has the first down. He's across the 40, stays on his feet, spins, and gets down to the 45-yard line.
Now we get the offensive line. The clock stops momentarily. Get the offensive line, get the offense back to the line of scrimmage. Why is the clock running? The clock should have stopped for the change.
It finally did.
Please reset the game clock to 1:24, and the clock will start on my whistle. 1:24, and the clock will start on my whistle.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Just got to keep themselves. Brady's got to be ready to snap the ball when the whistle blows. 3 receivers set. Abraham still in the game at running back. Edwards, 5-step drop, checks it down. Abraham going to go to the left side this time. He's to the 49-yard line.
No flag?
Brought down hard. And now the Raiders have to go quickly. Clock running. 1:05 and counting.
Reddies didn't make no change. They can go.
They can get the free 5 yards. They're waiting on Davis to get set, however. Edwards rolling out right side.
He's got room.
Directing traffic, now checking it down. There's George, complete and out of bounds at the 37-yard line of the Tigers. And a first down for the Reddies.
Mikey Gonzalez saying he's gassed. He keeps hitting his helmet saying, "Coach, I'm gassed. Send somebody in for me."
Reddies aren't making any changes.
No, so
so they can't do anything about it. Clock stopped, 47 seconds. Edwards with trips to the left, takes the snap, looking that left side. The check down to Davis is incomplete. He couldn't hold on to it. He was hit hard.
They got him up. Offensive lineman went over to him. It was Marcus Lee went over and says, "We need you. I'll help you up." And Caden Davis got up. He's a big guy. It's had the big yardage for the Reddies.
He has been crucial to this Reddie team today.
And we don't need him out.
Edwards empty backfield. Jackson goes in motion. Edwards rolling out right. Fires it downfield to nobody in particular and just thrown away.
Well, he's getting too much of a rush, so now
there is no foul for intentional grounding. The quarterback was out of the tackle box.
So now it's 3rd and 10. So he's got 2 downs to get a first down. Well, this one's over.
Why have we gone away from the little short routes down to the boundaries, just getting out of bounds?
And you still got a timeout, so
36 seconds is a lot of time when the clock is stopping after every play, which it does as long as you can get out of bounds. Edwards over the middle. Jackson's not looking, and it's incomplete.
I don't know what that was. Jackson was just headed towards the end zone. He was just trying to beat everybody and get to the end zone, and Edwards just threw it. So this is the game here.
This is the ball game. Reddies have to get 10 yards. They have to get to the Ouachita 28-yard line. They'll get twin receivers to either side. Davis sitting there in that H-back spot. He'll be eligible. Edwards with the empty backfield. Takes the shotgun snap. Looking left. Flushed out. Fires toward the marker. He short-hopped it. Had Julian Clark. Short-armed it. And the Reddies will turn the ball over on downs with 26 seconds to play. The Tigers will take over on downs, take one knee, and just get out of Carpenter-Haygood Stadium by the skin of their teeth.
Well, I'd tell you, a classic game, and with all that the Reddies were facing with injuries and stuff, I didn't think it'd be. At one point, I thought, man, this could be ugly. But the Reddies' valiant effort, there's nothing, no condolences for a valiant effort, but still,
none at all.
They played hard. You can't say they didn't leave it out on the field.
Unfortunately, it's going to be the wrong end of the scoreboard. And here come Ouachita students onto the field, getting back what the Reddies did last year. So it's the final in this one. Final score, Ouachita Baptist 27, Reddies 20. We're back after this with your postgame show. You're listening to Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Brookshire's proudly supports the Henderson State Reddies football team. At Brookshire's, you can save on fuel or groceries with your points, where every dollar you spend earns you 1 point. Plus, score big with meat that is cut fresh daily and enjoy lower prices on the freshest produce. In a hurry? Let us do the shopping for you with our convenient curbside online ordering and pickup. Visit Brookshires.com to place your order today. Brookshire's, your ultimate tailgating destination. Go Reddies and go Brookshires.
Henderson State Sports is brought to you on the Arkansas Rocks Radio Network. KDEL 100.9 FM and KVRC 1340 AM Arkadelphia. KZYP 1310 AM and K281CK 104.1 Malvern. KWPS 99.7 FM Cattle Valley Hot Springs and KYXK 106.9 FM Gurdon.
Henderson State Reddie Apparel and Souvenirs. Stop by the Reddie Bookstore, located on the HSU campus in the Garrison Center. Open before every game. You can also purchase apparel and gift items under the Reddie Bookstore tent during the game. The Reddie Bookstore is open 8 to 5 Monday through Thursday and 8 to 4 on Friday. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Reddie Bookstore or online at www.ReddieBookstore.com. Reddie Bookstore, proud supporters of Henderson State Athletics.
Do you have an idea that you'd like to see on a t-shirt? Print Mania can help you turn your idea into a reality. Print Mania offers a variety of t-shirts for you to choose from. We also have personalized service, which will allow you to work with an artist who will help you create your t-shirt. Print Mania also does embroidery and engraving. Come visit us at 624 Main Street in Arkadelphia or call 870-246-3803. Print Mania, proud supporters of Henderson State University.
Welcome to the Hampton Inn postgame show. When you travel, it matters where you stay, and that's why the Reddies choose Hampton Inn, the official hotel of Reddie Athletics. Stay at the Hampton Inn of Arkadelphia to enjoy their free Wi-Fi, complimentary hot breakfast, and spacious rooms. Hampton Inn, we love having you here. Another classic, the 97th Battle of the Ravine, was a good one again, and unfortunately the Ouachita Tigers will get the win tonight. They will claim victory over the Reddies. Final score 27-20, and Troy Mitchell, another outstanding Battle of the Ravine, and the Reddies just so close to taking this game into an extra period.
Yeah, and just some miscommunications there on that last set of downs. Timmy and Jackson was trying to just he saw straight to the end zone. He went straight to the end zone. He had the defense beat, and I think he just misread, and there's just a lack of communication between him and Edwards on the play, because Edwards got rid of it really quick, and Jackson wasn't even looking for it, and then it sent you down to 3rd down and 10, and you just in a tough situation where you've got to get 10 yards in a hurry.
And the Reddies unable to do that and fall to 8-3 to finish the season.
Yeah, the attendance today's game 9,736.
It'll be in the top 15 for sure, if not the top 10 all time. And we'll take a look at these final stats here. Reddies were outgained 394 to 341. The Tigers won the time of possession battle by 1 minute and 18 seconds. Both teams 3 of 4 in the red zone. You're sitting here looking at some of these options. Washington had 19 first downs. The Reddies had 17. Tigers did most of their work on the ground, 233 yards of rushing to 161 passing, whereas the Reddies 259 through the air, 82 on the ground. And just the little differences. Took this from a defensive battle to an offensive explosion in the second half. And really impressive to see. But again, the Reddies just not quite able to do it. We'll give you a couple of final stats here. Jalen Abraham, the leading rusher for the Reddies, 5 carries, 38 yards. Edwards has 11 carries, 30 yards, and a touchdown. Edwards was 23 of 40 passing, 259 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Abraham, the leading receiver, 8 catches, 52 yards. Timmy Jackson, 7 catches for 79 yards. Jordan Owens led the team in tackles with 10.
Wow.
And so Troy Ouachita holds on to what could potentially be what they need for a playoff spot. Of course, a lot of things left to be determined in these next couple of days.
I would say good chance they're going to be on the road that first week of the playoffs next week.
I'd say it's almost a guarantee, but you know what they say about assuming.
Yeah, but unless there's some strange things happen elsewhere, I think they're going to be on the road next week.
I think so, too. It is time to name our Hostess Player of the Game. Hostess is proudly creating job opportunities here in Clark County. Be sure to try one of their Twinkies, donuts, or jumbo honey buns today. And as you look at this Henderson State box score,
I think he kept the Reddies in the ball game, and offensively, I'm going with Caden Davis. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't come down to that down the stretch.
I think that's a good pick. The big fella really came through in some clutch moments when the Reddies needed him. He was there, and unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. As again, the Reddies fall 27-20 on this final day of the football season. Reddie's finished with an 8-3 record, another winning season, a good first season at the helm for Greg Holsworth.
Well, the Reddie's going to have to make some, recruiting will be big. You got some young players. It'll be neat to see what happens in this off season for Coach Holsworth and the players or the coaching staff. We're definitely going to have to continue to build on the running back core and the receiving core. And you got Edwards back. He's going to be. I mean, you got to build around him definitely next year. He'll probably bring in some. Getting to the point where of course, all the the COVID era is done. The COVID era players are done. You're going to get some transfers, and you need to find a couple big-time receivers, and I think another big-time running back. And I think we'll be okay. Of course, we had some defensive guys go down. We're going to have to replace some of those, but that happens everywhere. I think you're going to see it clear across the league, especially with the Harding and the OBU and Southern Arkansas. A lot of seniors on some of those teams that they're going to have to make some big recruits too.
Some big decisions to be made here in the upcoming weeks, and of course that starts with the playoff selection show, which will be tomorrow. We'll keep an eye out on that one. For the Reddies, we turn the calendar here on the radio to basketball season. We've got a couple weeks off before we go to Southeastern. In fact, I'm going to enjoy these next couple of weeks. We'll start the Thursday after Thanksgiving. That's December the 5th. 5:30 and 7:30 tip-offs on the road in Durant against Southeastern Oklahoma to open up the GAC basketball slate. And I am very excited to start that as the Reddie women try to defend their GAC tournament championship. The men look to get back on the winning track and hopefully return to that GAC tournament where anything can happen.
Now the women got some shooters. I watched them play Delta the other night. They've got some shooters. Will their post play hold up? That'll be the key.
It will. We'll look forward to those storylines and more. And, of course, Troy, as you said earlier, it was a pleasure to work again with you this year. We'll spend a lot of time together in the off-football season doing all of our different adventures and crossing paths as we do. And it's always fun to catch up with you and all of our Reddie folks. And that'll do it for us from Arkadelphia. Again, the final score, Ouachita Baptist 27, Henderson State 20. For Troy Mitchell, for all of us at Henderson State University, and for Lance Larkin back at the studio, this is Blake Smith signing off, saying good night and go Reddies. And thanks for listening to Reddie Football on the Henderson State Sports Network.